On stage, the CEO of TESPOC, Fiona Asonga. A round of applause for her as she comes on stage.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence to be able to attend this first ever Conext East Africa event. Conext East Africa comes from a partnership that TESPOC is holding with the Digital Council Africa. That is a South African association similar to TESPOC, bringing together connectivity providers and working to make sure that there is sufficient, reliable internet connectivity to homes and community members and communities within the South African space. So we do the same as TESPOC in Kenya, and we thought of working with them because we look at South Africa, and we've seen South Africa 142 municipal authorities, which are like counties within the Kenyan space. And in South Africa, they've been able to deploy infrastructure across the entire country, serving all these communities, serving all these citizens of South Africa, and we are struggling to just get our fiber laid, to just get it across from one county to the other. In Kenya, we've had challenges of some counties where we end up not having to lay any infrastructure because it is impossible for the service providers to afford the costs. So what are the things that we need to learn? And the learning points are going to be part of the conversation we are going to have in the course of today from our South African counterparts who will be joining us remotely, some of whom are already in the room and are going to be sharing their experiences with us so that we can see on how we are going to make sure that in this little Kenya of ours, we can connect every citizen and not leave any communities behind. There are many innovative ways that we can be able to work with the counties and to work together as service providers to make sure that this connectivity happens. Why? Because as service providers, for starters, we are interdependent on each other in terms of service delivery and making sure that internet is accessible, platforms are available, services can be delivered, and we must collaborate. And there's already collaboration happening at the service provider level. But we need to move a step further. We also need to collaborate with the counties. The counties need to appreciate the fact that if we do not lay this infrastructure within their spaces, then it becomes very difficult for them to see and reap the benefits of ICT deployments in amongst their citizens and in their communities. And while the national government is busy trying to push for ICT deployment, there's a lot of programs that are being run at the national level that I'm sure the CS is going to just highlight again. He's talked about them, but he's going to talk about them again. Just to remind us that this is the government agenda. And on this agenda, if we collaborate, we will achieve so much more for Kenya. We talk of Kenya being a hub for the region. How do we achieve that? There are things that need to be done. There are programs and strategies that have been put in place that need to be followed to make sure that we are achieving those goals. But we must work together. We must be able to realize that the public Wi-Fi is not just a game, that the kilometers of fiber are not just stories. There's things happening in that space. The government services going online, those are not just talk shows. There's actually stuff happening. And if we collaborate with our county governments and find ways of making sure that ICT deployment is easy, it's well coordinated, it's well planned, then we are able to also save and do so much more to serve the public and to serve the citizens. And at this point, I just want to take the opportunity to thank DCA, which is the Digital Council Africa of South Africa, for coming forward and partnering with us to put this event together. UNITA is not able to be with us. The CEO of DCA is not able to join us today because they were informed last week that they have something to prepare for their head of state in as far as a similar event is concerned, and she's caught up trying to deal with that. So I will apologize on her behalf, and I hope that you accept her apologies. But on behalf of TESPOC and DCA, the organizers of this event, we really appreciate the support and the partnership that everyone participating here has given us to make this happen. We'll have a very vibrant conversation. We're calling them discussions that are being led by keynote address speakers, and then panel discussions and question and answer sessions, which we hope will give us direction and help us highlight issues that are challenging, so that when we present the report to the ministry, our CS will then understand where the challenges are, and we can sit down and find solutions out of the input of this conversation that he can work on and help us with, especially where there is a need for collaboration with other ministries and other government entities that don't fall within the ICT space. And with that, I'd like to just say Karibu Sana, which means welcome, and let us then have a vibrant conversation, and I'll give the mic back to the MC. Thank you.
A round of applause for Fiona, please. And I mean, the one thing you know anytime you meet Fiona is, first, yes, she is the CEO of TESPOC, but secondly, she's very passionate about ICT infrastructure. If you're a member of the county government, national government, a player in this particular space, that's usually the first 3 lines after "Hi, I'm Fiona." That's where she goes to next, and that's why she's really passionate about making sure that we do deliver on the digital promise that we're all making to our clients and to our citizens, if we're in government as well. At this point, I'd like to call upon Tony Lee, CTO of Huawei Southern Africa region, to come for his keynote address as well. A round of applause for Tony as he comes on stage.
Good morning. Cabinet Secretary for IC and the Digital Economy, Ms. Anita Owalo, CEO of the TESPOC, Ms. Fiona, representing the DG for CA, Mr. Chris Kemi, and other distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Firstly, I would like to thank TESPOC and the Digital Council Africa for arranging this important event, and all of you for attending today. All of us are aware of the critical importance of the connectivity in East Africa. We have achieved great progress in the last 5 years, with the rollout of the 4G and 5G networks, as well as fiber networks for transmission and the last mile connectivity. We have seen how important of the cloud and the cloud-based service for our lives, our business, and for our society. Today, we could like to say that we still have a long way to go, particularly for broadband coverage, both fixed network access using mobile technology and the fixed network using fiber are critical to digital economy. And we found that the demand is growing fast. And the question for us as the ICT sector, as well as for government, is how can we do to meet the demand? From Huawei, we have put over 0.5%, 200,000 staff worldwide working in R&D, and we continue innovating in technologies to not only provide better performance, lower energy usage, and higher quality. We also aim to make innovative hardware and software so that the solutions are easy to installation, easy to maintenance, and to upgrade. Today, you can see some of the equipment in the exhibition. And from my colleague, Mr. Morris, in detail, who will explain about these solutions. He will also explain how we are enabling a better experience for the end user through the fiber to every room. The solution, we call it FTTR, also helping the ISPs to sell higher bandwidth solution to the customer. I also could like to take this opportunity to invite all of you to participate the site visit tomorrow to see a real-life example. The location is in Nana Apartment, Kenya National, and please contact with my teams for the sign-up. We also believe the government has important role to play. In particular, I could want to highlight here. First, requiring the all new building to be fiber ready, which the manholes and the ducts to make it easy and quicker to install the fiber, and also enhance the competitions in the market. The proposed building code is a great step in this direction. Second, reduce the fiber cut through the coordinate with the loads and the utility agents, as well as the use enforcement of the relevant laws. Third, reduce the cost for the waivers, speed up for the approvals, and providing the access to the other standard shared infrastructure such as power poles or load ducts. I could like to congratulate the CS here today. The government in Kenya clearly committed to building the digital superhighway. This will help every citizen of Kenya connect and participate in the digital economy. Technology is the foundation, and that allows every entrepreneur to start a business, every teacher to educate students no matter where they are, every citizen to receive the world-class health. Huawei is committed to working with the government and the ISPs and the other industry players to help make this become reality. Please feel free to participate and ask a question to our expert. And thank you for your time available for us, and please enjoy the event. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Tony. Another round of applause for Tony, please. And of course, that first half that we've had right there has been the ask. Private sector speaking to what they've experienced so far, what they'd want in terms of costing, in terms of regulatory input for them to have a more conducive business space. And the second phase of where we're going is now the government and public sector actually explaining what they're doing in that particular regard. And to start that off, I'd like to call upon Christopher Kemei. He is the Director, Universal Service Fund at the Communications Authority as well, to speak as a regulator as to what they see is the future in this particular space. A round of applause for him, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm standing in here on behalf of the Acting Director General, Mr. Christopher Wambua, who unfortunately was unable to be with us this morning because of another urgent engagement. Nonetheless, really my task here is to welcome the chief guest, our CS. But before I do that, our CS, Mr. Eliud Awalo, the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Information, Communication and the Digital Economy, Madam Fiona Asonga, the Chief Executive of TESPOC, representatives of the Digital Council Africa, actors in the digital and innovation space, of course, including Huawei, which is really leading this space, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, allow me to really appreciate TESPOC and the Digital Council Africa for hosting this inaugural gathering of experts in the digital and innovation space to discuss these very critical and emerging issues within the East African region. And I think it is befitting that we not only try to address some of these issues as a country, but also within the sub-regional and as well as the continental perspective. We do really appreciate that forums like these ones enable not only regulators but also policymakers. I'm sure the CS will agree with me on that. And in terms of bringing all actors within the sector to ensure that we work together, because the objective is really the same for all of us. We look at things differently at times, but at the end of the day, the objective is to continue developing the ICT sector for the benefit of our people. As the regulator, we all the time spend a lot of time and energy to ensure that the hurdles that these, the service providers who are members of TESPOC, for example, have a conducive environment in which they can help us in fostering connectivity, ensuring that innovation is introduced within our market, and so on and so forth. And we have done this for many years, and the question of standards is one that is really critical in terms of ensuring, for example, when we are installing cables, fiber cables and so on and so forth, most of you must have seen that sometimes we do things that are not really very pleasant to see. You find someone has dug the road today, made a replacement of that road in a very, not a very nice way. Tomorrow another one is digging across the same road, and so on. So with proper standards, infrastructure sharing, and all these aspects that help us in terms of ensuring sustainable development of ICT sector are important to discuss between the private sector as well as the public sector. So I think forums like this really present a good opportunity for us to discuss some of these issues and ensure that our initiatives are coherent and that they are targeted towards ensuring that we achieve our objectives of the digital transformation. I know, for example, that there are some issues relating to the way county governments sometimes do look at, ICT development. Sometimes they may be looking at it from a different angle, the angle of trying to raise revenue immediately from this, which is understandable. But sometimes also, I think there is need, Waziri, to also balance, between the objectives of this ICT, deployment within counties vis-a-vis what can be extracted from the service providers immediately. So I think I note that the Council of Governors is participating in this forum, and I think it's a good opportunity for us to discuss how to create that balance going forward. I say this because I am the director of the Universal Service Fund within the authority, a fund that seeks to foster, ensure that there is communication services in areas that otherwise would not be, sustainable from a private sector perspective. And we do this by incentivizing the service providers to ensure that every Kenyan, no Kenyan is left behind, and that every Kenyan is able to enjoy the benefits that come with the ICT deployment in terms of, within the context, of course, of the digital transformation. And as we do this, sometimes we also face problems out there in terms of, our service providers whom we have given incentives. They sometimes face delays in securing approvals. And that is really not a good thing, because our objective is to ensure that our people have access to these services as quickly as possible. So I think there is a good opportunity for us to work together in that respect. And I think, as I said again, this opportunity, as an opportunity like this, is one that is going to help us address some of those, challenges that we face on a daily basis. I need not mention or rather say too much, because I think we are also running out of time, and there will be opportunities throughout the day to discuss some of these things, and we really look forward to the outcome of this forum. And in terms of guidance, especially to us as the regulator, which area should we tweak from a regulatory perspective to ensure that the environment is even more conducive. The environment is one that is going to ensure that there is sustainable growth of ICT within the sector, from innovation perspective, from infrastructure installation, faster installation, and security-related issues and everything else that go with that. So again, I really am trying to cut short my speech so that we are able to quickly delve into these discussions, and we will be glad really to also participate in these discussions going forward. So in conclusion, allow me, with those very, very few remarks, to humbly invite our Cabinet Secretary for Information, Communication and Digital Economy, Mr. Eliud Owalo, to address us this morning. I thank you. I've run away with the mic. Oh, okay. I have to hold it.
Okay, so good morning. Okay, I'm pleased to be with you here today to be part and parcel of the Connect East Africa Digital Infrastructure Summit hosted by TESPOC in partnership with the Digital Council of Africa. This summit, ladies and gentlemen, is appropriately themed Interdependence and Collaboration for a Shared Future. I take informed note that the main objective of your meeting is to foster collaboration among telecommunication service providers and other stakeholders in the sector to exchange knowledge for better growth of the digital infrastructure landscape. As you are aware, the digital space is transforming apace. New things are coming up every day in what we now all recognize as the fourth industrial revolution. We are the generation of big data, where data is the new gold. We are making great strides in machine learning, Internet of Things, Web3, genetic engineering. The workshop is to keep participants informed on developments in the sector. It is useful in this regard to keep abreast of infrastructural developments and their implications for the industry and the opportunities that they present to us as a country and indeed a continent. As the digital technology increasingly takes its place in driving economic growth and social dynamics, platforms like this will correspondingly become very crucial as forums for local and international experts to reflect together on sectoral hopes and impediments of challenges and how best to approach the future with a view to addressing some of those challenges. Digital infrastructure is about interconnectivity, both at the local level and at the level of feeding into international networks and superhighways. In Kenya, we are talking of our own version of the digital superhighway, where we envisage to roll out 100,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable to enhance the level of connectivity to those parts of the country that hitherto had not been connected. We are setting up a total of 25,000 free Wi-Fi hotspots spread evenly all over the country. We are setting up a total of 1,450 digital hubs within the villages at the ward level. We are digitalizing government services. Yeah. When we came into office, we only had a meager 350 services aboard the eCitizen platform. Today, we have got a whopping 10,382 services fully digitalized and available online for purposes of consumption or utilization by the public. We are thinking of digital identity to facilitate optimal uptake of the digital infrastructure. We are thinking of digital signatures. Yeah, we are thinking of facilitating e-commerce. Yeah, and in that regard, we are already in the process of coming up with a national addressing system to facilitate e-commerce at all levels or in all parts of the country. So these are major interventions which are very much aligned to the theme of your deliberations today. And in all this, it calls for partnership between the public and the private sector. We have to think together because these digital transformations or interventions also bring to the fore issues to do with cybersecurity, issues to do with cryptocurrency, issues to do with artificial intelligence. And to be proactive, we must come up with a mitigation framework and enabling policy, legal, and regulatory framework on the basis of which everything that we are trying to introduce in the digital space can be anchored. Interdependence within the sector are inevitable. One expert area must support the rest and vice versa for the benefit of the whole. Housing planners and developers, as well as those in road networks and those in water and sewer lines, must approach their work while conscious of the ICT ducts that lies in the environment. That's why we are calling for a whole sector approach to all the digital interventions that we are deploying. They must recognize the existence of fiber optic paths that already exist. Where they are building, or in the alternative, they must be conscious of the fact that fiber optic is going to be required in the places where they are constructing in. One of the integral ingredients of any construction design today is provision for fiber what? Fiber connectivity. A house design or architectural design will not be complete today in this digital era if there is no provision for fiber what? For fiber connectivity. So these are issues that we must be alive to. Going forward, houses should be considered ready for occupation only if they have got ICT ducts and manholes that make them ready for ICT infrastructure service providers to do their bit. Likewise, roads, power lines, pipelines, water pipes, and sewer line networks should all also be constructed with clear provision of routes for ICT infrastructure. Moreover, the ICT infrastructure paths should be built to the correct standards. And that's why, as a ministry, we are very much cognizant of the fact that ICT infrastructure should be considered as critical infrastructure, just the same way we treat the power lines and the water lines. ICT infrastructure must be considered as critical infrastructure in the same regard. Conversations of the kind of talks now set to take place here need to be expanded to involve the county governments through the Council of Governors. For county governments need to be sensitized to facilitate open access models for ICT infrastructure and also allow for approaches that encourage sharing of infrastructure. One of the discussions that we are already having with the county governments is to explore the possibility of waiving cost of all way leaves, so that way leaves for ICT infrastructure can be provided for free. We are at an advanced stage of discussing with the Council of Governors, and I believe that in the not too distant future, we should be able to reach some common denominator in that regard. Ladies and gentlemen, in cases where there is sharing of infrastructure by several service providers, county governments should be persuaded not to charge for way leave more than once. Indeed, as the infrastructure is good for the country, county governments could altogether waive this charge. As you are aware, I have recently appointed and inaugurated a sectoral working team or working group that has been tasked to study emerging issues in the operational environment and give us feasible propositions with respect to the regulatory, policy, and legal environment that can facilitate our operations moving forward. TESPOC is represented in that sector working group, and we appeal to you to come up with proposals by way of value proposition that can help us enhance the legal, policy, and regulatory framework so that all our ICT interventions are anchored on a solid foundation from that perspective. I encourage you to work with this team and to channel some of your more abiding concerns through your representative, who is Fiona herself, for serious consideration for policy, regulation, and legislation. This is the time to make those proposals so that moving forward, we integrate them by way of review of policies, laws, and regulations, or where non-existent, we come up with new policies, laws, and regulations for the benefit of the entire sector. And I've said many a time, and I want to repeat, that anything and everything that we are going to do based on our mandate as a ministry, we will work with the private sector. Okay? Because we view each other as partners in this process. We want to adopt a participatory approach, a whole sector approach, so that we move together. Because the challenges that face the private sector impact on us also as a ministry based on our mandate. So that thought process must integrate the integral input of all of us. And that is why we are adapting this teamwork, we are adapting a participatory approach so that nobody feels excluded from this process. For now, let me conclude by emphasizing on the need for protection of critical ICT infrastructure. This protection, ladies and gentlemen, needs to be anchored in the law and in policy regulations. You who are gathered here today can be on the front line of championing infrastructural protection and how we could anchor this protection into law and policy. And in that regard, again, we want certain feasible proposals that can feed into the work of the ongoing sector working group so that we enrich the foundation on which our ICT interventions is anchored from a policy, legal, and regulatory perspective. Otherwise, thank you very much, and it is my delight to declare this summit officially opened. Shukran.
Thank you so much, CS. But before you leave, I think there's a token that Fiona and TESPOC want to give you. I think you can have that, right? They're on stage, Fiona, as well. The photographers will advise where would be best for that. As you officially open the summit, a token of appreciation, but more importantly, the fact that it is indeed a private-public partnership in terms of making sure this gets to where it should be. Thank you so much for that. A round of applause for CS Swallow, please. And of course, right there, he asked for feasible solutions, said his doors are open, and Fiona already has the notes ready for him to read on his drive back to the office. Many thanks for that. We'll keep the program moving at this particular point in time because after these particular keynote speeches, thank you so much for that. Now we get into the discussions of the day, Q&A, really engaging on how we move this particular sector forward in terms of the issues at hand. We're now talking about national and county connectivity standards and best practices. And to lead us through that particular part of the conversation, I'd like to call on stage from Huawei, the lead government affairs, Adam Lane. Round of applause for Adam, please.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the CS, Fiona, Tony, and the others for their, Chris Kamei for their welcome remarks. I'm really excited about the panel that we have now. We are going to have the panel first, and then the presentation from the ED of the NCA at the end of the panel. He was unfortunately called to Treasury this morning. He'll hopefully make it in time to give his presentation at the end of the panel. So we'll have a really good discussion first, and then we'll have a discussion about the building code and building regulations afterwards. So we have some really interesting people for this panel. If I can first start by inviting up Mr. Chris Mwangi from Liquid Intelligent Technologies, please. Also, Mr. Marura Amwenga from the Town and County Planners Association of Kenya. We also have Mr. Daniel Kitui from the Kenya Bureau of Standards. And then we also have somebody joining online. I don't know how well this is going to work, called Mr. Junaid Shafi from SBA Telecommunications Company. I think he's based in Johannesburg. I hope the team will get him online and we'll be able to get him on board as well. As we work to get him on board, I'll let these panelists introduce themselves, and then we'll go through some really interesting questions looking at the challenges that are there, what policies can be developed to solve them in order to scale up
profession, and I work with the Kenya Bureau of Standards in the Standards Development Department, where we develop standards. So for the convention happening today here, we develop standards in the electrotechnical, telecommunication, and all the other sectors. So I'm glad to be here to address or to inform you of what we are doing from the standards point of view to help the telecommunication sector achieve what the CS has said we need to achieve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think we'll start off by discussing a bit about the challenges at the moment, some of the problems, and then we'll move on to some of the solutions, if that's okay. Maybe we can start with Chris, as he takes a cup of water, talk a bit, as they're looking to install infrastructure, what are the challenges? Maybe some have been solved, maybe some remain, from a policy, regulatory perspective, but also maybe coordination perspective, and so on. So go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. I think some of it has been mentioned, really. I think the biggest problem as operators at the moment is the cost of doing business. And this is because of a number of factors, which I will enumerate a little bit later. But just to mention, a number of them are wayleave, the cost of acquiring wayleaves and servicing that wayleave over a period of time is becoming quite prohibitive. We have areas where you've got to pay quite a number of agencies for you to be allowed to do the work. The other angle to it is when customers demand services, they want those services now or yesterday. So the duration sometimes it takes for us to go and get wayleaves, and especially for Kenha and Kura would run into months, and by the time you're getting those permits, the customer is no longer interested with the service. The other thing is we have customers that are also quite conscious in terms of prices, and whereas the cost of connecting customers or the cost of installation is going high, these customers are not willing to pay you an extra $1 for the service that you provide. A good example is that 10 years ago, the cost of 1 Mbps of internet was less than was about 30,000 to 50,000 Kenya shillings. As we speak, for 1 Mbps, nobody is willing to pay more than 1,000. Now, with 10,000 kilometers of fiber to service, engineers to pay salaries to, fuel for the generators, colocation charges for colocation partners, the cost has increased by 5 times, 3 times, 10 times. Yet customers are not willing to pay for that extra cost. So it's a question of which ideas, how can we innovate around cost? How can we get the government to incentivize the private sector, and more so the operators, to get to a balance between cost and price to make this sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. What's your thoughts, Mr. Omwenga, from that perspective of those challenges, and what other challenges do you also see from the planner's perspective?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I think I want to say, now speaking from the point of view of planning generally, it is normally said that when you fail to plan, you are actually planning to fail. The space in which we work as town planners, in other jurisdictions we could be referred to as physical planners, but in the new constitutional dispensation, okay, we actually referred to as land use planners. Now, in all this space that we are talking about, the infrastructure that we are talking about is where all these activities needs to be accommodated within the limited land that we have. So if we talk about the town, we have got everybody competing for the limited land space. You have got housing development, you have the industrial development, commercial development, you have got the transport infrastructure, you have got the communication infrastructure, you have got the utilities like water, you have got power lines and all these kind of things, among other activities that are competing for this limited space. So the question always is, how do you then make sure that you accommodate all these activities on the limited land space? And squarely now, that's the work of the town planner. And because the land is so limited, therefore the necessity to make sure that all the land space that we have within our towns is properly planned, being able to very clear as what is supposed to be located where and how much land that requires. Now, the scenario we have, unfortunately, is one where in certain instances there is total lack of development, land use development plans in our towns. Indeed, if I take the case of the city of Nairobi, the last comprehensive development plan for the city of Nairobi was actually done in 1973, which served us for the next 30 years. And that area that was planned for the city of Nairobi was limited. If I use the example where we are now, Eastlands, this was outside the area which was properly planned. Okay, so you'll actually find the areas that were centrally planned, but the rest of these areas where the city has now expanded, there are no development plans, and therefore the development has been to a large extent been ad hoc, and therefore there are conflicts. Okay, and I want just to use the example on the space we are talking about. In the last 5-7 years, Ngong Road was under expansion. Okay, under expansion, and it actually struck some of us that at one time you find as the road contractor was doing the excavation, he cast down all the infrastructure for the service providers, and water supply lines are cut and all this, and it just becomes clear then that the development plans do not actually then clearly show where the location of all these infrastructure for the communication sector, for the water supply, for the power lines is not properly planned for, and therefore you have got these serious disruptions. Okay, and in certain instances you actually find the service provider is fighting because it's as if one is trying to sabotage the other one intentionally, but it's really because of lack of development plans, because through the development plans then we are able to integrate all these services that are required. So there's lack of the development plans, but also on the other hand, even when the development plans do exist, enforcement is also very poor in that regard. Then you can imagine then what the situation is like in the areas that are outside the city of Nairobi, because the planning there is even poorer in that respect. And yet, as you can see, your infrastructure now is being expanded countrywide, and therefore the need to actually make sure that all our towns and indeed the entire counties and the nation therefore is properly planned. Otherwise, if we don't do that, then it would actually be a serious loss of our investments in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's a really interesting perspective. It's quite different from us as like equipment providers and vendors, and I don't think in 1973 they were planning for fiber optics when they were doing the roads, nor were they thinking of mobile towers and base stations or small cells or anything else. So I think it does show the need to consider these things when they change. I don't know if you can talk about what's been happening later in the solution side. Like I know in Konza, for example, when they've been building the ducts and planning the city, they've been planning for infrastructure. So maybe we'll come to that later for solutions. Maybe I hand over to Daniel then. Maybe you can explain a bit about, I don't know, both the needs for standards, but also how well standards are implemented or enforced. Some are voluntary, some are mandatory. Maybe you can introduce some of those aspects. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And from the challenges point of view, Kenya Bureau of Standards, we develop standards, and we started developing standards from 1973. So there has been the challenge of the fast pace of the innovation that's happening in all aspects, especially looking at like telecommunications. Fiber is just catching up, and there are innovations every day. I've just seen today demonstration by Huawei, some of the products they have now in the market. I now have, I need to go look at our list of standards and see if they are there one, and then also adopt them to the country. So one of the challenges that I would like to speak about, especially from the standards point of view, is the very fast evolution. We've had a standard for fiber, for installation of telecommunication cables, fiber, but that standard was developed in 2009. You can imagine between 2009 and today, how much the space has changed. The technology, the equipment, the customer requirements, the players in the industry have, the scenario has really changed. So what Kenya Bureau of Standards we are doing now is also working very hard to make sure our standards are adopted. The standard I spoke about that was developed in 2009 is called KS 1882-1 of 2009, Installation of Telecommunication Cables Code of Practice. So this is a code of practice for the installation of telecommunication cables, and part 1 speaks about the fiber cables. So the scenario in 2009 is very different from what we have currently. So what we did starting last year was a review of the standard, and the updated standard was gazetted in February of this year. So we have the 2023 edition, and some of the changes that we had to actually implement was technical. It was a technical revision of that standard. So touched on layout topologies, size of the telecommunication cabinets. In 2009, I think there was only one size of the cabinet that was there, but right now it was understood during the review of the standard that there are so many aspects that have changed on that. So there was also the issue of addressing the legacy cabling. Right now we have so many buildings that were built from the 50s, right? And they have electrical cabling for telephone wires from back then. So now that standard addresses how to harmonize the existing cabling with the current cabling. So another aspect was the one on access points to the buildings. So this standard focuses on fiber cables for buildings. So what we are doing now is making sure that the standards that exist are revised to address the current challenges or current technologies, and then so that the customer at the end of the day can get value for money, and the players in the industry are also able to adhere to the same. So the other challenge has been participating in developing these standards. I've had time and again, even as letters this morning say, KEBS has said this, KEBS does this, KEBS told us. In standards development, the standards development process is led by the industry. I'm happy to say that this revision of KS 1882 had all the industry players on board, Liquid, Safaricom, Huawei, and all that. But we have still players who may not be participating in the development and review of those standards, as the case might be. And review is necessitated by ourselves, the players. If there is an issue that an existing standard does not address adequately, you have the mandate to actually bring it to the notice of Kenya Bureau of Standards that this standard or this area is not standardized. Please develop the standard, and we will take it up immediately through the technical committee process. So on our website, we have a link for you to sign up as a committee member. You will be able to participate in the development of the process. So please, my rallying call today, now and later on in the program is that please join the technical committees for all aspects of the. Right now we are talking about fiber. but we have technical committees for all aspects, and then you will be able to develop those standards and actually own them, because they should be working for us. If there is something that's not working for you, you bring it up to our attention, and you don't talk about KEBS as if as KEBS, but it's a stakeholder engagement. We facilitate the conversation. So please join that conversation. I'll be able to share with you how to join and how to participate later on. Thank you. Anything I've left out?
That's okay for now, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Maybe I can ask a couple of more questions to Chris and also to Marua about the coordination issues. How do you have challenges, or how do you manage with that coordination with either counties in terms of the engagement, but also your peers and other telcos? And then of course the road agencies and utilities. We hear a lot about fiber cuts. I think Fiona and the CS mentioned about these things too. What's not working, or what can work better? And then I think maybe Mr. Mario can also talk about that perspective, how they coordinate as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think my panelists here have commented on the gap, which is some of the planning documents that we are using are potentially outdated. Over the last 10, 20 years, we've seen a lot of operators, and most of them are digging fiber. If you are not an MNO, you are not a Safaricom, TKR, or Airtel, you're slowly moving from wireless as a technology because of unreliability and high fee. So we have seen a lot of growth in fiber deployment, and what you're also seeing is an increased level of outages associated with either fiber being cut through acts of sabotage and vandalism. We've seen people stealing kilometers of fiber at night, because there is demand and there is opportunity to connect customers in different places. And finally, we've also seen a lot of cuts caused by private developers. You wake up one day in the morning, someone is constructing a petrol station, and they cut your fiber, and they won't allow you to start bringing up the fiber until they are done. So major issues when it comes to reliability of fiber. Power remains the first or the highest cost of outage in Kenya for our customers. But the second closest to that is fiber cut, and most of the time the fiber is cut through acts of constructions, road relocations. And these are the utility providers like Kenya Power, Nawasco, and the rest of them, and then followed by vandalism, or what you're calling sabotage. And although there have been efforts through TESPOC and the private sector to try and address some of these things, we see very little change in terms of us as providers recouping the amount of money that we have invested in that infrastructure. As an infrastructure provider, we are very heavy on CapEx and OpEx because of operating these plants. Each and every building that I've mentioned, the 3,000 buildings that we have in Nairobi, have a small switch, so you have to pay power. You have got arrangements with tower providers, so you have to fuel your generators. You've got to buy switches from vendors. You've got to pay salaries for these engineers. So cost is an aspect that we are very keen on. And when we get to a point where we keep getting these cuts that are no longer compensated by people causing them, it really pushes us out of business. So we'd want to see a lot of engagements and a lot of improvement in that area. And one of the ideas that we have always brought to the table is to try and streamline the process of, first of all, prosecuting those who damage critical infrastructure. We have seen more than once where someone cuts fiber or steals fiber, and it's looked at as a petty crime because it's 5K worth of fiber. But if you look at the impact caused by stealing that 100 meters of fiber, it's major. Someone was in the hospital. Doctors are trying to treat remotely, and you could potentially lose a life because of that. So that bit would really help us as operators to try and maintain the network reliability that that is very critical. The other questions around the counties, yes, the issue of way leave, again, keeps coming up. We've seen a lot of double taxation, if you want to call them so. We've got a road passing through Kitengela, where I come from. You have to pay the county government, you have to pay Kenha in some cases. If you've got some KPLC posts there, you have to pay KPLC for that. And the process is not aligned. These government agencies don't talk to each other. They don't share information. Everyone has a set target that it is 100 Kenya shillings for every meter, and that's what they stick to. And although, again, with the Board of Governors and with the help of TESPOC, we've had some discussions on how we can reduce these way leave costs. Again, that remains to be unseen, and it still becomes a problem when it comes to the cost of doing business. Then lastly, for me, when it comes to planning, and especially for new roads, we'd want to see a lot of collaborations between different agencies. If Ketraco is building a road, then there needs to be provision for ducts so that I do not need to invest in that area. Secondly, when some of the infrastructures are budgeted, I think it is important to provision for relocation as a cost, because one of the things, again, that is pushing the major providers out of business is the cost of maintaining infrastructure, and especially buried fiber. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Marua, how about you from the coordination perspective then, or some of these comments about these challenges? And then how do you, as a planner, try to engage from the very beginning, understand where existing infrastructure is, and how to coordinate? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think first and foremost, this debate needs to get to a wider, indeed the general public, and even within government institutions themselves. That is important that before anything is done, there is proper planning that is done, and in this respect, land use. And when we talk about that, it's not just proper planning of land use just in the urban areas, but also the entire country, even the countryside. And indeed, it is through this failure to do this, that's why we are finding that a country like Kenya, we are running short of food, because our rich agricultural areas have not properly been planned vis-a-vis other developments. And you see that happening as the city of Nairobi, for example, expands into the surrounding rich agricultural areas. So that need, I think, is important to make sure that as a country, as a people, that needs to realize that all land in the country needs to be properly planned, becomes important. Number two then, in the development of the plans, in preparation of the plans, I think it's important then that all the players get involved. And I'm happy to note that our new constitution, 2010 constitution, is very specific about the need for greater public participation and consultation in undertaking any development projects and plans. And I think this is where we will wish to make sure, and you must have seen in the papers, in the press, whenever we are preparing any plans for a town, okay, or for a county, there will normally be a public notice notifying people that yes, this is being done, and therefore you are invited to give your views. I think it's very important that as key players from the infrastructure section, you do participate in that regard. It's also true that in the development planning standards that we have at the moment, they are missing some of the new technologies that are talking about. I mean, we are talking about in the 70s, we have got standards that are of the 70s that we use for plans. Then the issues we are talking about for ICT were actually never there. The base stations, the fiber cables that we have were never there. So I think it's important that as stakeholders, we do much more interaction with yourselves, so that as we prepare development plans, we make sure then that is incorporated in that respect. And that is why, for example, because of the limited space, there is always the debate as whether we need to provide that space underground for those cables or overhead, okay? Now, the challenge always is, and getting to the issue of what you have just mentioned, my colleague here, about the cost of maintenance, okay? I think there is a variance in that, okay? The underground, depending on what service it is, the underground could require more maintenance than the overhead, but also as a town planner, you're also concerned about the aesthetics, okay? You may have seen along certain streets, you have got power lines cutting across, you have got telecommunication service lines running left, right, others hanging at different heights, and it can be very unsightly in that regard. So we're also concerned about that, okay? But the best solution for us moving forward, it appears as if the underground could be a better solution, okay? But that becomes more expensive in the initial installation, but also in the maintenance, because then issues of flooding and all that also becomes very, very important in that respect. So I think a lot of these new standards that now we must have will require your input in that particular regard. For the road sector, we have started that engagement, and we want to make sure that on any road reserve, we are very clear where the power lines are going to run and where these other service and utility lines are going to run. And indeed, certain sections, and I think the case of Konza is one case that has actually tried to develop that you find that now they have already, as they develop that city, the ducts for the various service providers are already in place, okay? So that's the way forward in that direction. But of course, as you do that, then chances are that costs of that development also goes up, okay? So that's why then it's very important that all of us, including government, work together, because some of these costs, yes, in the initial they could be very high, but in the long run, they could be the best way forward. So there is need for greater discussion and interaction among the various players.
Thank you. I want to go to questions in a minute, so if you have questions, think about them. First, I let Daniel just say a little bit about the process. If people are interested to get involved in the technical committees, how can they do that? What kind of stakeholders do you have in those committees that discuss the standards? And then we'll have a few questions from the audience and we need to wrap up the session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Adam, for that opportunity. So, as you know, we are digitizing all services. So, a while back, 3, 4, 5 years ago, you needed to write a letter to the MD and then we'll get back to you. But right now, all that is online on www.kebs.org. You go, that's the Kenya Bureau of Standards website. There is standards. What we do, standards. There you have a link for apply for TC membership. So we have right now, at this point, we have 200 technical committees. So development standards are developed in what you call technical committees. Technical committees have you and me as individuals, the stakeholders in any particular area. For this particular committee, we have a committee called Communication Equipment Technical Committee. So it's the one that develops standards in this area. So on that link, you'll find some small information about yourself, because what we want to have is people who have the expertise, one, and the interests of the industry they want to, like for this communication equipment, you'll either be a player in whichever role, or somebody with the expertise to contribute. Because like this is a technical conversation, we also require that you have to be the technical competencies. So basically it's an application which we now receive and review, and then we take to our board for approval. So Adam, I know you're already a member, but if you are not, look at your CV, see how many years you have, what exactly your qualification, and then that will be approved by our board, and then we will communicate with you. So my role is what we call a technical committee secretary. I coordinate the activities of any of the committees under my purview. So I will be the one to get in touch with you to do what we call a TC work plan. All TCs have what we call a scope. The scope is basically what the TC is about. So for communication equipment technical committee, we develop standards in the telecommunication sector space, which is growing every day. So we do this work through technical committee meetings. They used to be in physical, in person before 2020, but right now we have really we've gone digital. We are using online platforms to coordinate the work, and then so these meetings is where the contents of our standards are discussed and approved. So the contents of any standard is not Kitui, myself, or anyone at Kenya Bureau who decides. No, the industry says this requirement here, this requirement for whale lift, this requirement for installation is too high, or will have a high cost implication, or but then we look at it, safety. Will that be safe enough? Will the user, will they be protected from electric shock? We say no, then make it higher or make it lower, so that it makes sense from a business point of view, but safety and usability and efficiency, basically the service that whatever it is you're trying to talk about, the end user also has they're able to get the service they require. That conversation takes as much as 15 months before it's completed. Once we finish, there's a whole process, but I don't want to go into that. But once a technical committee has done what you call the draft Kenya standard, it's circulated to the public. If you're not in the committee, this information is put on the website, the draft Kenya standard, which you have 60 days to look at it, see how it impacts on your business or you as a user, and then give comments to the Kenya Bureau of Standards. I, as the technical committee secretary, will be able to review that. The committee will again look at the comments before they implement the comments, and look at the comments. If they make sense, revisit all those sections before a standard is published as a Kenya standard. Once it's published, now we work with our implementing agencies. Like for us, we have ICT Authority, Communication Authority of Kenya, who are now take up our standards and use them to develop regulations and requirements. But one aspect, or one of the standards, a class of standards I like to highlight is what you call the code of practice. Codes of practice are standards developed by ourselves for ourselves, right? Such that you as an industry player will be able to know that this is what we put in the standard, these are the benefits, this is why I should do this, such that the next person is able to also undertake their work in a seamless manner, in promoting efficiency and everything. So codes of practice, we develop this, and they are developed by the standards by the stakeholders for the stakeholders. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Do we have any questions from the panelists? Yes, Fiona. Yes.
Thank you. One is a comment, the other is a question. First, a comment on Daniel's last statement on the code of practice. We do have an ICT industry code of practice that we developed as industry in 2010. The administrator of that code, as industry decided, would be the Communication Authority, but it's time for it to be updated. We need to upgrade it. So I'll be calling on TESPOC members to again look at that code of practice so that we can improve on it. Then the second is a question to the town planners. TESPOC has had the benefit of being funded by Mozilla, by the World Bank through Mozilla, to develop a platform where we are going to have every ICT infrastructure owner mapping out the infrastructure on an open platform, but there'll be controls on what you can see and what you can be able to access. For purposes of us being able to coordinate and to plan and to collaborate, I want to reach out to the town planners to come on board as partners for us in this project as it's been developed. So that then, when you are doing the planning and approving planning, you can also see where is the ICT infrastructure passing and which one is the core ICT infrastructure. Because Kenya has been that we have the landing stations for the different submarine cables are serving the landlocked countries. And sometimes we find that the core route infrastructure is damaged. I've received a phone call from Uganda asking if we're trying to sabotage their economy. I really don't want those kind of phone calls. But if we can collaborate and your team can see.
The minute we call it a utility, really all this conversation comes to an end. Because if you try and cut a water pipe, you're not charged for cutting a water pipe, are you? And I think Fiona said something very interesting. The Ugandans called you. Did they call you to say you cut their fiber? What did they ask you?
I use the protect in our economy.
Thank you. So if you cut fiber, what are you doing? Do we have a law against economic sabotage? What are the charges for economic sabotage? Life imprisonment, if I'm not mistaken. Eh? So why do we charge somebody who cuts fiber for cutting fiber? The problem with us is we've become like Hammurabi. We want to create new laws for everything. If somebody beats your cow, you have a law for the cow. If I beat your dog, you have a law for the dog. You know, very difficult. What did you just say if you hit my livestock? Then now we have covered anything that qualifies us livestock. Sad to say, I had the CS say that there's an issue about getting into buildings. You could not get an occupation certificate for a building, a commercial building, if Telkom had not done block wiring. True or false? What was that block wiring for? So why did we separate ourselves and we said Telkom is copper, so that's required, but fiber is glass, so that is not required? When did we change the law to make it so confusing and convoluted? Telkom, or who actually it was the East African Postal and Telecommunications Corporation, sometime in the 50s and 60s, laid 6 ducts in the ground. Each duct is 3 inches wide. What was the objective? To carry 100 pair copper cable. What's the equivalent that you could carry in one of those ducts if it's fiber? So why did we go digging up the country again? I think we just have a problem of digging things. We just like to dig. If we just took that infrastructure, and we all know what was done in the US, when AT&T tried to charge people for the ducts, what were they told? Those ducts went in based on taxpayers' money. So AT&T were told, give us a rate for third parties to utilize the ducting. Sad to say, 25 years later, and I'm hearing the same conversation. I think we have a much deeper problem to deal with. We don't want to solve this problem because too many people are making money so long as this problem exists. So let's please get down to the point of asking ourselves, what is the one thing that needs to be changed and everything is resolved? So mine is not really a question, it's more a lamentation. That I cannot keep showing up for events 25 years later and we are still pretending we don't know the solution. Solution is one. Treat telecommunications as a utility. Once that is done, all the other laws that affect telecommunications and a utility kick in. So please stop forming 600 committees to discuss what has already been solved. Thank you.
That's a great question. Thank you very much for bringing some important perspective. I think I'll allow the panelists to respond to that. Maybe Marua wants to start also with the previous question from Fiona, and then also allow Chris or Daniel to give some comments to the last lamentation. And then maybe we need to invite next time DCI or some other people who can talk about from the prosecution perspective and legal perspective from the police and others, because I think they're potentially very important stakeholders for future conversations. But let me hand it over. Oh, yes.
Thank you very much. Thanks you, Fiona, for your question. I think the need to collaborate and discussion is indeed urgent, and we may have talked with you over the line the last few years. It's just that we have not been able to meet as we have met today. So I think that's most welcome. And indeed, as I did indicate, this is a matter that has also been very close to us, just to make sure that we sort out this industry, and that can only be done when we are able then to work together moving forward. Otherwise, I think this is really an opportunity that has come that we need to find a solution. And I think the comment that our colleague has made there, I think is quite timely in that regard, and we need to see how, as a people, as a country, we get to sort out this matter. But I do appreciate the way you have actually put it. Thank you.
Thank you for that lamentation. I think some people would say it's like responding to a mosquito bite with a hammer. But I see and I agree where you're coming from. We need to take the bull by its horn. And I think that is a conversation that a TESPOC CEO has been running with. In a democratic country like Kenya, you don't want to shoot to kill. I had a friend of mine in Uganda that was telling me that if you're caught trying to steal OPGW fiber and they've got the military driving along those sections, they just shoot to kill. Doesn't matter what you're doing up there, but it happens. In Kenya, it's a different conversation. Maybe the baby has stayed for a very long without walking, but we really need to accelerate some of these conversations. What I like about the current government, it is tech savvy. We've got a lot of initiatives that we've started last year that were never there. Digitization of more than 10,000 government services is unheard of. You can just log into eCitizen, apply for your logbook, and get it within a click of a second. So yes, it's taken a bit of time. As a private sector, we support. We don't want people to be imprisoned and hate the internet because my dad was working somewhere and they cut liquid telecom fiber and he's been behind bars. Yeah? I think as a country and as a private sector, we need to do a lot of sensitization, a lot of training. This is fiber. You cannot use it to carry water. When you use it to carry water, then this is the impact that you're creating. Once as a country we are mature enough to know that everybody understands what critical infrastructure is, then we can now start taking the next steps. Thank you.
From where I sit, there's nothing I can add to the lamentation. It was spot on. Thank you, sir. And on the comments by Fiona on the review of any existing codes of practice, those are long overdue. There are things that are changing every year. And as Kenya Bureau of Standards, we are equipped to review them as needed. By standards are living documents, codes of practice included, such that if something changes today that necessitates review of any published standard, any published code of practice, please bring it up and we'll get onto it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think later this afternoon, Michael Odhiambo will come from ICT Authority as well. And there, I guess the agency from the government will be delivering much of the 48,000 kilometers of public sector fiber that's in the master plan. I think the other 52,000 kilometers from the 100,000 target will be private sector. Or maybe I got that the other way around. But anyway, about 50% of the 100,000 kilometers will be done by public sector or driven by public sector. Anyway, either through the funding from Mr. Kamei's department at the CA, the 5 billion shillings USF has given, this new loan that the world government's been discussing with the World Bank, the Kenya Digital Economy Acceleration Program, and various other funds. So I think there's no point spending money on building fiber if you're then going to have to be spending more money repairing it and replacing it and upgrading it and maintaining it. So if you don't get it right from the beginning, like you say, prosecuting people or utilizing existing ducts where they exist or whatever happens to be, then you'll just be kind of throwing money away and coming back in 10 years' time and replacing the fiber all over again, or maybe even in 2 years' time. And we have to get this right actually in the next probably 6 months, otherwise it's going to be a lot of money wasted. I know there was one more question here. I don't know if we have any time. I know Jeff wanted to wrap up. I don't know if you can be very quick.
I think it's going to be very quick.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the chance. And I want to actually colleague with the lamentation. So that takes me to the question where in the processes to develop, does it have a charter that indicates these processes needs to be completed within this time frame. One specifically, like for the way leaves applications, do we have timelines to all the responsible bodies that when I do an application, you expect a result within this time, and is it really followed? Number two goes to the planning department, to the chairman, is do we have anything in place that you have mapped all the roads in Kenya? Or do you have any intentions of mapping all those roads? I think from the industry perspective, the major challenge is that is even making the cost of way leaves very high, is the double payments. You find a county claiming that this is their road. You find Kura coming back again claiming this is our road. I think the only people that lately they have disciplined up is Kenya, whereby they have mapped and they have identified their roads in their website. Do we really have those roads? Thank you very much. My name is Azakia Gupta from Telkom.
Thank you. Maybe each of you can answer very briefly if you can. Maybe Daniel first. Very quickly.
Okay, like the issue of application of well leaves, and I think those are handled by the relevant maybe county governments and other aspects. No, so that's not for Kenya Bureau of Standards. But just to take this opportunity, development of standards takes a maximum of 12 or 15 months, any standard. Thank you.
Okay, Marua.
Thank you very much for that question. I think that's one of the areas that we are falling short. When I indicated that the planning, the development plan in the country is inadequate, it actually also implies then that the mapping, because when we do planning, one of the things that is done is being able to map and identify the location of various items. Now, as our people, as a country, I think we have been allocating very little resources to the mapping in the country, and not speaking for the Survey of Kenya, I think the last mapping in the country that was done nationwide was in the 70s. Was in the 70s. So if you actually went looking for maps, the maps are there. They are actual maps of 1970s. That's when we do the last serious mapping. So imagine the number of roads that have been developed everywhere. Okay, so you may find individual departments, like you have said, Kenya, whatever they have got, the limited mapping of the works that they have done. But for the rest of the country, nobody knows where they are. So the need to proper plan, which therefore includes proper mapping, is very important, even for the sector we are talking about, because unless you know what is located where, and that brings the issue of the national address system, I think we will find that we are not moving far. So I think there is the need to do that, and we are not there yet in that respect.
Thank you. Yeah, and I have to say, I think I've been in Kenya now several years, and I've met almost any organization at many of these events. I've never ever met Survey of Kenya before. So there's another organization we have to invite, I think, to sit on one of these panels next time to have this conversation, because I agree, mapping is critical. Of course, there's another ongoing conversation about addressing. I assume there's a very strong link between having a national addressing system and having good maps, and that's another topic of conversation the government's been working on. So let's wrap up this session there. I just mentioned that the CEO of the Executive Director of National Construction Authority is still planning on coming at some time very soon. I think we'll add him in when he gets here, and he'll give his presentation as he gets here and talk more about the building code then. But in the meantime, we're going to move to the next session. So I guess I hand over to Jeff, and if we can give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Adam. A round of applause for Adam as well. Great moderator, great insights right there. What we'll actually do at this point in time is take a short tea break. We'll be back at noon. I believe it's 11:35, so 20-25 minutes. Grab a coffee. If you want to talk to Yahweh a bit more, delve into the lamentation, I'm sure you can do that over a cup of tea or coffee and find solutions as we move forward. We reconvene at midday as we get into specific county issues and how to enhance connectivity within the counties. Short break, we're back with more. Asante.
the future is already here. My friend, you may have imagined what the future would be like. Perhaps you wonder, when will that green, intelligent, and connected world arrive? Because of me, the future is already here. From bustling cities to rural villages, I connect every corner of the world. From real life to digital space.
Social interaction and communication. There's no known cause for autism.
Wondering who I am? I bring ultra-fast experience, immersive sensory technology beyond dimension limits, and smart life available at your fingertips. I connect individuals with families. I propel digital transformation, igniting innovation in smart industrial manufacturing, and boosting human-machine collaboration. I connect enterprises with production. I unleash application innovation, embracing development possibilities flexibly, and transmitting massive data with strong transport capacity. I connect cloud with computing power, conducting intelligent inspection with optical fibers. I sense the risk of dangers, controlling traffic through intelligent vision. I sense the pulse of cities. Whenever I get into a vehicle, safety can be protected by optical display. I make smart travel possible. From a few connections to 100 billion connections. From ordinary experience to 10G experience. From communication to integrated sensing and communication. I keep evolving until an intelligent world is built. There will be infinite of me, so everything can be sensed. There will be only one of me, so everything can be connected. I light up the green future. I create countless possibilities. I am Huawei Green Intelligent Optics.
Lying above us is the starry galaxy. Myths, astrology, science fiction, the universe, inspiring each generation to explore the unknowns. Down on Earth is the digital galaxy. Voice, web, video, and UHD, from daily communications to audio-visual interactions, inspiring each generation to explore all possibilities on connectivity. We call this galaxy the fixed network. Now, relying on breakthroughs in new technologies, we are heralding in the 5th generation fixed network era, F5G, which will invigorate all industries with gigabit energy. F5G delivers ultra-high bandwidth, enabling the gigabit communications to traverse oceans and continents, serving every home and organization. It breaks down the boundary between virtuality and reality, removing all barriers of time, space, and technology, enriching the ecosystems of industries. F5G delivers an ultimate experience. It monetizes every millisecond, whether in manufacturing or finance. Works more wonders in life through remote medical cooperation and realizes greater possibilities as cities become more intelligent. F5G achieves full fiber connectivity, breaking the chains of distance to extend fibers to every desktop, room, machine, and everything else. It accommodates 100-fold more connections and increases the market potential by hundreds of billions of dollars, advancing the digital economy and creating infinite possibilities. F5G is opening new doors, transforming what was incredible yesterday into what is normal today. F5G will continue to grow, extending to optical switching, all optical network, and beyond. F5G will collaborate with 5G to create a new ecosystem, welcoming all industry partners to build an intelligent world.
And then they are brought to hear some of these stories. Then they will
My friend, you may have imagined what the future would be like.
find out who is working.
Perhaps you wonder, when will that green, intelligent, and connected world arrive? Because of me, the future is already here. From bustling cities to rural villages, I connect every corner of the world. From real life to digital space, I sense the myriad of happenings. Wondering who I am? I bring ultra-fast experience, immersive sensory technology beyond dimension limits, and smart life available at your fingertips. I connect individuals with families. I propel digital transformation, igniting innovation in smart industrial manufacturing, and boosting human-machine collaboration. I connect enterprises with production. I unleash application innovation, embracing development possibilities flexibly, and transmitting massive data with strong transport capacity. I connect cloud with computing power, conducting intelligent inspection with optical fibers. I sense the risk of dangers, controlling traffic through intelligent vision. I sense the pulse of cities. Whenever I get into a vehicle, safety can be protected by optical display. I make smart travel possible. From a few connections to 100 billion connections, from ordinary experience to 10G experience, from communication to integrated sensing and communication, I keep evolving until an intelligent world is built. There will be infinite of me, so everything can be sensed. There will be only one of me, so everything can be connected. I light up the green future. I create countless possibilities. I am Huawei Green Intelligent Optics.
And we've gotten some feedback today to consider sprints, and yes, we're actually considering introducing a sprint race. And
Lying above us is the starry galaxy. Myths, astrology, science fiction, the universe, inspiring each generation to explore the unknowns. Down on Earth is the digital galaxy. Voice, web, video, and UHD, from daily communications to audio-visual interactions, inspiring each generation to explore all possibilities on connectivity. We call this galaxy the fixed network. Now, relying on breakthroughs in new technologies, we are heralding in the 5th generation fixed network era, F5G, which will invigorate all industries with gigabit energy. F5G delivers ultra-high bandwidth, enabling the gigabit communications to traverse oceans and continents, serving every home and organization. It breaks down the boundary between virtuality and reality, removing all barriers of time, space, and technology, enriching the ecosystems of industries. F5G delivers an ultimate experience. It monetizes every millisecond, whether in manufacturing or finance. Works more wonders in life through remote medical cooperation and realizes greater possibilities as cities become more more intelligent. F5G achieves full fiber connectivity, breaking the chains of distance to extend fibers to every desktop, room, machine, and everything else. It accommodates 100-fold more connections and increases the market potential by hundreds of billions of dollars, advancing the digital economy and creating infinite possibilities.
Because we couldn't find them
F5G
here, right?
is opening new doors, transforming what was incredible yesterday into what is normal today. F5G will continue to grow, extending to optical switching, all optical network, and beyond. F5G will collaborate with 5G to create a new ecosystem, welcoming all industry partners to build an intelligent world.
Because this is the first time corporates are coming out to raise autism awareness and help us parents.
My friend, you may have imagined what the future would be like.
And loving our children as they are. The beauty about this is they're not only
Perhaps you wonder,
raise the awareness, but
when will that green,
funds to bridge the gap
intelligent,
in
and
our
connected
education.
world arrive? Because of me, the future is already here. From bustling cities to rural villages, I connect every corner of the world. From real life to digital space, I sense the myriad of happenings. Wondering who I am? I bring ultra-fast experience, immersive sensory technology beyond dimension limits, and smart life available at your fingertips. I connect individuals with families. I propel digital transformation, igniting innovation in smart industrial manufacturing, and boosting human-machine collaboration. I connect enterprises with production. I unleash application innovation, embracing development possibilities flexibly, and transmitting massive data with strong transport capacity. I connect cloud with computing power, conducting intelligent inspection with optical fibers. I sense the risk of dangers, controlling traffic through intelligent vision. I sense the pulse of cities. Whenever I get into a vehicle, safety can be protected by optical display. I make smart travel possible. From a few connections to 100 billion connections, from ordinary experience to 10G experience, from communication to integrated sensing and communication, I keep evolving until an intelligent world is built. There will be infinite of me, so everything can be sensed. There will be only one of me, so everything can be connected. I light up the green future. I create countless possibilities. I am Huawei Green Intelligent Optics.
Here we are forging a partnership with parents of autistic children, and we hope that this partnership
Lying above us is the starry galaxy. Myths, astrology, science fiction, the universe. Inspiring each generation to explore the unknowns. Down on Earth is the digital galaxy. Voice, web, video, and UHD, from daily communications to audio-visual interactions, inspiring each generation to explore all possibilities on connectivity. We call this galaxy the fixed network. Now, relying on breakthroughs in new technologies, we are heralding in the 5th generation fixed network era, F5G, which will invigorate all industries with gigabit energy. F5G delivers ultra-high bandwidth, enabling the gigabit communications to traverse oceans and continents, serving every home and organization. It breaks down the boundary between virtuality and reality, removing all barriers of time, space, and technology, enriching the ecosystems of industries. F5 F5G delivers an ultimate experience. It monetizes every millisecond, whether in manufacturing or finance. Works more wonders in life through remote medical cooperation and realizes greater possibilities as cities become more intelligent. F5G achieves full fiber connectivity, breaking the chains of distance to extend fibers to every desktop, room, machine, and everything else. It accommodates 100-fold more connections and increases the market potential by hundreds of billions of dollars, advancing the digital economy and creating infinite possibilities. F5G is opening new doors, transforming what was incredible yesterday into what is normal today. F5G will continue to grow, extending to optical switching, all optical network, and beyond. F5G will collaborate with 5G to create a new ecosystem, welcoming all industry partners to build an intelligent world.
My friend, you may have imagined what the future would be like. Perhaps you wonder, when will that green, intelligent, and connected world arrive? Because of me, the future is already here. From bustling cities to rural villages, I connect every corner of the world, from real life to digital space. I sense the myriad of happenings. Wondering who I am? I bring ultra-fast experience, immersive sensory technology beyond dimension limits, and smart life available at your fingertips. I connect individuals with families. I propel digital transformation, igniting innovation in smart industrial manufacturing, and boosting human-machine collaboration. I connect enterprises with production. I unleash application innovation, embracing development possibilities flexibly, and transmitting massive data with strong transport capacity. I connect cloud with computing power, conducting intelligent inspection with optical fibers. I sense the risk of dangers, controlling traffic through intelligent vision. I sense the pulse of cities. Whenever I get into a vehicle, safety can be protected by optical display. I make smart travel possible. From a few connections to 100 billion connections, from ordinary experience to 10G experience, from communication to integrated sensing and communication, I keep evolving until an intelligent world is built. There will be infinite of me, so everything can be sensed. There will be only one of me, so everything can be connected. I light up the green future. I create countless possibilities. I am Huawei Green Intelligent Optics.
Vitamins and the folic tablets. Conext also pin it down to the community. We had everything a challenge.
Falling down and then apart. Keep doing what you're doing. Congratulations.
We also get congratulations with the most we thought we were and yet we realized when we went to the office for the first launch, they put all the kids in the same class from 2-year-olds to 5-year-olds to 12-year-olds.
I would have gave it all to you.
And we are so the Kenyans, the Kenyans,
history of KIXP is a very interesting one because it spans the whole evolution of
The way things were when internet was new in Kenya, we used to get our batteries from Japanese.
The cost to go via Telkom Kenya satellite station on your own, as opposed to going through Japanese, was $50.
It cost an arm to learn with fingers in the beginning. It was so expensive buying that.
we were paying $30,000 a month for a 64 kilobit internet. If you multiply that out, it comes to something like $600,000 per megabit per month, which is quite remarkable if you compare it to where we are today.
We were in a situation where all of the connectivity in Kenya was on satellite. There was no submarine fiber in the country yet.
We were using satellite technology to establish international lease lines to internet service providers in other markets, out of which we would now connect into the global internet.
There was no service provider, no ISP that had their primary servers residing in the country. Everybody had their servers out in the news.
An email from a subscriber on ISP Kenya would literally have to go into Europe, and sometimes Europe and Asia before coming back to a recipient on the other side of Nairobi.
We didn't have local mail service. We didn't have a local exchange. So all those emails went where the service provider stored or they kept the mail service.
And that's how TESPOC was formed. It became an association of ISPs to be able to lobby for our interests.
TESPOC has represented Kenya in international forums, whether it's on ICANN, whether it's on AFPIF, whether it's on exchange conferences. They've really represented the country because they represent all stakeholders, not a few individual interests.
At the same time as we're lobbying government for reforms around the international gateways and other things, let's also see if we can optimize our operations by setting up an internet exchange point.
An exchange point is about people coming together to exchange their traffic, and despite that, the fact that most of the people then were competitive rivals, they saw the need and they came together and they were able to achieve something that has grown in leaps and bounds.
And the original idea was that it was purely for the operators, so that we could manage the politics of setting it up.
A few of us got together and put a switch somewhere, got some premise, and started and put out links to the exchange point.
They will also go to their
we didn't really know each other very well. It
find
was a
out who
highly
is working.
competitive business. There was no history of liberalized private sector operators here. And so it was an opportunity for us to get to know each other. And the single reason why we got together was that we said, let's create a Kenyan internet exchange point.
Challenges that we faced was that, one, not all service providers were ready to jump in immediately. The other challenge was that the government didn't think this was a good idea.
We started operating, and then we received a letter from what was then called CCK asking us to stop, and I believe it was around our licensing.
That license was not forthcoming. As a matter of fact, and I think there's a letter we're still looking for that came to say that we need to shut down the exchange point.
So next thing we knew, we received a group of very angry-looking people from CCK who demanded immediate closure and shutdown of KIXP.
So for almost a whole year, we couldn't operate. Exchange point couldn't do anything. But we lobbied to court, did whatever we could, and eventually we were able to.
We then went through 18 months of a very bitter public argument about why the exchange should be set up, why it shouldn't be closed down, and why it couldn't become some sort of a state or Telkom Kenya monopoly.
When CCK went to Telkom Kenya, after we really complained for 2 years that there was no local exchange, Telkom was not saying the truth. When they found
is going on there, and how do we make sure we get into that connectivity space as we should at that subnational level? But before we get into that particular part of the program, we have a short address from Juanita Clark, CEO of the Digital Council of Africa. Let's listen to that next.
And this is, there's going to be a series of these over the years that are coming up. So we will focus on the autism and autism dressing and autism protocol. And we've gotten some feedback today to consider sprints, and yes.
Honorable dignitaries, respected officials, partners and friends, Jambo. I thank you for this opportunity to greet you from South Africa. I regret that I'm not able to join you in person. However, circumstances have frustrated my... Firstly, allow me to thank you for attending the inaugural Conext conference in the amazing city of Nairobi in Kenya. This event is truly special to us at the Digital Council Africa, as we partner with TESPOC, arguably the most respected industry association in East Africa. It's been a long time coming that we've threatened to do something together, and we're really excited that it has finally arrived. I personally have known Fiona for several years, and I have the utmost respect for the work that she and her team is doing in Kenya. We're truly honored to be working with TESPOC to host this event, where we will be discussing the pressing issues that affect our industry. Together with TESPOC, the Digital Council Africa is committed to ensure that every African is given an equal opportunity to enjoy the benefits of a high-speed, affordable internet broadband connection. We believe that this will allow them to participate in the digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is such an amazing time in Africa. It's an exciting time. Sure, we have challenges, and this event will work towards resolving some of them. But it is also a time of incredible opportunities. New technologies can make significant contributions to realizing the creation of thousands of new jobs and economic growth for our respective countries, and thereby achieving our development goals. Digital transformation should be at the forefront of every government's mind. The integration of digital technology across all sectors are fundamentally changing the world. It is imperative that we as Africans are not left behind. More importantly, we should take all Africans on this journey. Sub-Saharan Africa, sadly, still has the widest coverage gap in the world. Almost 200 million people, approximately 19% of the population, still do not live within reach of a 3G or higher mobile broadband connection. Closing the coverage gap is critical as we strive to connect the unconnected. Similarly, fiber to the home remains a technology that is only available to a select few. But fiber is also critical to achieve greater mobile broadband speeds. And if we are to move towards 5G and higher speeds, deploying fiber networks become increasingly important as its reliance on fiber increases. We have to find ways to make it easier and more affordable to deploy broadband infrastructure. Poor digital infrastructure is also one of the key impediments to investment and growth in Africa. Better collaboration between governments and the private sector is needed if we are to bridge the coverage gap. Events such as these go a long way towards bringing us all closer to the solutions that we so desperately need to solve our problems and to ensure digital equality. I want to take a moment this morning to thank each one of you that are already working towards eradicating the digital divide. And although we may still face a lot of problems, we must also take a moment to celebrate our advancements. So at the end of today, please take a moment to enjoy the cocktails and raise your glass to our progress. Today is not about government versus private sector. Today is about working together to find solutions to the challenges that we as a sector face. Colleagues, if we are going to be successful and keep momentum, we need to lock arms and push forward together. I wish you a wonderful event, successful deliberations, and I look forward to joining you in 2024.
So after months and years of deliberation, they finally made it happen. Thank you so much for that, Digital Council Africa, and of course teaming up with TESPOC to make this event actually take place. Like we said, next discussion, county connectivity solutions. How do we get to the ground of that and make it actually work? And leading us in that particular discussion will be Peter Gitau of TESPOC. He'll be moderating that. A round of applause for Peter as he comes on stage.
Thank you, Jeff. Applause for Jeff as well. Thank you. I will call up my panelists, and they will introduce themselves. Marius Engelbrecht, Elizabeth.
We are looking out at using existing public policy to support autistic children in public school systems.
I want to offer myself as the elected woman representative to do two things. One, to support whatever initiative you have. Two, to make sure that I sensitize other members of parliament on the issues. So we could have a breakfast for members of parliament, because I am in touch with autism. If I bring you the 47 women reps, for instance, and then they are brought to hear some of these stories, then they will also go to their counties and find out who is working.
Na feel niko home. Not a house, but home. Juu ukikuja hapa una interact na watu wengine, na watoto wengine, and you grow. Juu most of the time, parents wa watoto wa autism, we go through a lot. Self-esteem, mpaka unasikia ni kama umefika mwisho. But today, I think ndio my first time.
With COVID, connectivity ensured continuity, and governments realized that very, very soon. I was able to do certain things, work from home, educate myself, all of these things. Why? Because I had fiber in my house. But 10, 15 kilometers from where I stay, people were really struggling, right? Think about the students, the universities, the schools, all of those things. So coming out of COVID, I can definitely see that there was a fast track in terms of getting that connectivity everywhere. And the value of fiber and the importance of fiber obviously is undeniable. And we've got the privilege these days that we can learn from one another. All right. I remember with Huawei in the beginning, I would get a lot of reference cases from Paris and London and all of these wonderful places, and I would say, friends, this is Africa. You need to be relevant and you need to understand the challenges that we have here. And Huawei has had a presence in Africa now for 20 years. We walk the road together with our partners, with our customers, and we make it happen. All right, so I'm very proud. Again, thank you for the opportunity of allowing me to be here. I think most of it I'm preaching to the converted. I think most of us are clear on the things that I'm going to mention today. There's a direct relation, obviously, we've established now for many years between connectivity and GDP growth. And one of the most important aspects when we came out of COVID that governments were looking at is, what are we going to do now? How are we going to get back to pre-COVID figures? How are we going to encouraging growth, etc., etc.? So now again, you simply cannot speak entrepreneurship, job opportunities, skills development, all of these things without talking connectivity. All right, so number of reference there to papers, the World Bank, ITU, Roland Berger shows the association and the importance, and even some more for the developing countries. There's a sort of a fast track and an acceleration that happens once we establish that connectivity and things start to grow. In terms of our network enablement, it is an end-to-end environment. There are, as Juanita mentioned as well, there's a misconception that with the advent of 5G, we don't need fiber. We need much more fiber because of what 5G and fixed 5G will provide us in the future. And each and every vertical and segment will be impacted by the technologies. Many of the businesses out there don't realize that at this point, but their future services, solutions will be based on what they can deliver to the customers. And the customers of today are not willing to wait. There was mention made in the panel by one of the gentlemen this morning, and I was on that side as well when I worked with Telkom South Africa. When a customer places an order, he wants that service today or yesterday, as was mentioned. They're not willing to wait anymore, all right? So we need to pre-provision and pre-prepare as far as we possibly can, right, to ensure that that connectivity can happen at an instant. Having said that, again, all verticals, government verticals, think in terms of education, health services, private sector, manufacturing, all of these things will be impacted by the technologies. And the extension of fiber to allow that is going much deeper than what we've done traditionally. Okay. Then strategies. Numerous countries around the world has written the strategies, has put in targets in place, are looking at ways to achieve what we call gigabit societies, and fiber is a critical component of that once again. Even the digital master plan of Kenya highly stresses, puts a high stress on the connectivity and what that will allow each and every citizen to do. But again, I'm encouraged with what I've heard this morning. It's about the partnerships. It's about government has a role to play. The local counties have a role to play. How do we come together? How do we address the challenges together? And how do we actually then make it happen? All right, that is a very, very important aspect of this. And that is part and parcel of this forum. Fiona, again, congratulations on making this happen. And I think it wasn't just a couple of phone calls that made this happen. I think blood, sweat and tears have gone into getting the right people and the right participants here that can add value. And having then also understand, but who do we need to invite next time? Right. I'm really encouraged again by the discussions I've had offline with some of the entities here outside of this hall. And we all are all in agreement, and I think we all understand the importance of that being able to work together. So it basically starts with your broadband infrastructure. We need to make sure that we can do it as quick as possible, as efficient as possible, bringing that cost saving down to operator level, which will ultimately takes it down to the citizen. All right? And that's a very, very important factor. So again, various mechanisms, policies in place, and we can look at these things and we take guidance from these things. Make no mistake, I spend a lot of my time reading the white papers and the broadband plans and the digital economies, trying to unpack and understand what are the best things that we can bring home to Africa. All right, but what is there also unique that we need to sit down and create those work groups to make it happen. All right, and a word of caution again, it was mentioned, it's good to do those things, but we don't want to be here 5 years later and we're still discussing it. We need to focus on the execution side as well. So put the stakes in the ground and go for it. Even if we miss some of those targets, let's take the lessons learned, but let's go for it. All right, and ultimately we will reap the benefits then from that. Fiber pre-deployment regulation, a number of countries in the world have made it now compulsory. China, as an example, had less than 40% penetration, less than 3% in 2013. And government said, no, this needs to change. Pre-provisioning rapid deployment mechanisms was put into legislation, and by 2020, the fiber to the home penetration was 93%. Now, I'm not talking about 20 million people here, or even 60 million people. You can imagine. And I do challenge my government quite regularly with those figures, because if we've got more than 1 billion people, government is involved, industry is involved, and it happens, here's the proof. Why are we struggling with 20, 30, 60 million people? All right? So it is there, and we can make it happen. Countries even like the UK, I was following the UK case, the history quite closely, and lo and behold, on the 26th of December, nogal, they made it law. So I don't know who was working on Christmas in the UK, but in legislation again, once again, highlighting the importance, if we want to create a gigabit society where everybody becomes part of the digital economy, this is how we need to do it, all right? Because again, they see the long-term value. We should focus on the long term, but we should act now. That is very important for us as well. Some statistics from Omdia and other parties that shows us how important it is again and how the technology landscape is going to change. Having been with Telkom South Africa for 19 years, I can tell you, those days the focus was on copper, okay? But all of a sudden, the entire world has changed. I'm very fortunate enough in South Africa to work very closely with a number of operators and stakeholders. We showed the world that a fiber prepaid model is possible. All right, and I'm very proud of that. Because when Europe and the other well-developed countries looked at this, they said to us, but it will never be affordable to get fiber to the poor people. And we've shown them that it's possible. So very excited about that. You've got the speeds are increasing at an enormous rate. I remember going into COVID, into lockdown, I had a 50 megabit fiber line. And I realized very soon it wasn't enough because of the children needs to be educated. My wife wants to stream or watch something. I want to do some online gaming, etc., etc. So coming out of COVID, I had a 200 megabit line. It just, the demand then automatically grows. Once people start to understand and enjoy the services that are available, and this is good for business, this is good for government, all right? Entrepreneurships, running businesses from home, all of these things now become a reality. All right, how can I educate myself? Government can zero rate some important government services and or education institutions. We got them involved in South Africa as well during the COVID period to ensure that there's that connectivity and that people can continue with that. Africa Progress, and I have to say this, I am immensely proud of Kenya and what you have achieved up to now. I've been working very closely with our local team, Adam and the guys here. The whole involvement around the national standard with KEPS, fantastic work. Setting the standard, making sure that everything is clear, making that happen, the building code that is pending, sign off, etc., etc. Very important components that will ultimately make it happen. And I'm talking about Kenya everywhere I go, because in South Africa I'm still struggling with some of these aspects. There are still government, we've started negotiation, we've started talking about some of these things, but you guys are really in front in terms of our region and what has been achieved. I've seen movement in Nigeria, working very closely there, where DIC1's policies are being enabled. We talked about that, they mentioned infrastructure sharing capabilities. All of these things are important. We cannot look at one in isolation. They're looking at aerial fiber deployment standards, etc., because we want to do it quick and we want to do it efficient. All right, that is very important when it comes to fiber. In Ghana, they're also pre-provisioning building code is in progress. Ivory Coast have done their legislation. In South Africa, I've been working very closely with the Digital Council Africa and other partners and organizations again to see how quick we can then get these amendments, building codes, standards and legislation implemented so that we can really do the deployment quick and efficient. With the Department of Human Settlement in South Africa, we've got a target to address the poorest of the poor communities. So we've got a program they call Reconstruction and Development, where the government provides houses to the poorest of the poor people. And rightfully said in the lamentation, we need to get to a point where we classify fiber as a utility. So in discussion there, we've got a POC pending in one of the provinces in South Africa, which I'm very excited about. But then also the Kenya component, I know there's a POC also pending over here. I need to write some really nice use cases, which I can publish the world over. And let's do that. Let's highlight our wins and show the rest of the world how it can be done. So super excited about this with the South African government and Department of Human Settlement. Again, we had the discussions. We cannot do it in isolation. Government, association, operator, it's a partnership. Let's take hands. Let's thrash out the difficulties. Let's find avenues of cooperation, and then we go for it. The good news is, and now I'm going to put on my sales hat, is that the technology exists. And I think most of you have seen our display in front, where there's a real touchy-feely thing, and we show you the actual technologies. So again, we looked at what the challenges were from an operator perspective. And we said to ourselves, but how can we do it quicker, cheaper and more efficient? And these are the type of technologies that we came up with our research and development components, spending millions of dollars in making this happen, and it works. The bottom line is, when you look at optimal cost, when you look at CAPEX, even on the OPEX side, there are technologies and mechanisms that we employ within the technology, which I again wish I had in the 90s and early 2000s, because it just makes life so much simpler and easier to deploy, connect, and then manage and operate your customers. So the products are out there. You're more than free to go and have a browse around, speak to our experts, and we can tell you all about it. So the challenge is ROI, CAPEX, time to market. We've got many cases of where we've already deployed these technologies. So it's not we're trialing it in Kenya first type of thing, but it's proven, it's tested, many success cases, and our customers are very happy. And an end-to-end portfolio, end-to-end visibility, the management component that comes with that, it's all there built in the technology. We refer to it as an AirPON, so it's a passive optical network, but it can be fitted on poles. All right, so there's a huge cost saving where we don't need to trench, etc., etc. So using existing infrastructure, again, where possible, with the relevant partnerships in the county, road agencies, electricity providers, etc., is very important. Then we have also flexibility in terms of evolving the type of services. We provide a roadmap, and I've got an example here where 7 mode capabilities. So should something change in terms of the demand from the customer side, it's a simple question of just slotting in maybe a different card into an existing sub-rack. All right, and that is important. Again, there's a huge cost-saving component then that goes down to the operator, which can go down to the consumer. Energy efficiency, of course, we're all green. We spend a lot of money in making sure that the footprints are optimal, that the energy consumption is optimized. All of those things are important to us. So we refer to it as the DQ ODN, which basically just translates into digital quick optical distribution networks. Again, highlighting some of the architecture there, some of the mechanisms. Now, a very important component is to remember is in the old days, I used to need a qualified fiber technician on site because splicing had to take place. Now, the fiber connections are pre-connected. So it's literally plug and play. The Uber driver or the pizza delivery guy can actually go and just plug it in. It's as simple as that. So think again of the cost saving that comes with that. And I can use that critical skill of the fiber technician, and I can actually deploy them and use them in other areas of importance, like maybe on your WDM networks, etc., etc. All right. So again, bringing mechanisms, technological innovations to the fore that can help us to achieve what we need to achieve. All right. And I think it looks much more beautiful than the traditional way of doing things as well. So, and then we also realized, and those of you who might have been at Barcelona would have seen maybe some of this, that once that fiber connectivity is within the house, what is the biggest problem we have in the house? Because when I went into COVID, my router was downstairs and my study was upstairs. And when I switched on my laptop to do a Zoom call with my boss, there was a lot of problems. So in my environment, I didn't have access to fiber to the room, so I had to literally run Ethernet cables. Thank God for my background at Telkom. So I terminated my own cables just to ensure that I've got enough connectivity in the areas where I actually need it. And while we went and we created what we call our fiber to the room solution, which ensures that every area of your house have enough bandwidth availability for whatever the requirements are. All right, so we're super excited about this. It's a fresh new product from us. We have developed it. We have started selling it in a number of countries, and we're going to push this into Africa as well. So in my mind, it's a no-brainer. But otherwise, yeah, if you want to struggle with running around with a router in your house, and let's be very clear, who complains first? Who's got kids? Dad, what's wrong with the Wi-Fi? I got it. It's like, no, it's on. But you're on the other side of the house, right? So again, innovation, help to get the technology to serve us in the way that we need it to do. And the same, we've also adopted a solution that is more industry focused, small, medium enterprises, same scenario. I've got a big building, a plant, offices. How do I ensure that I actually have that connect? I've got the fiber, but it's in one small spot that it serves, right? So let's add on to that and connect everything where it needs to be connected, and we make that happen. We are also, I'm fortunate to announce, for those of you that haven't heard, we have a display area available that I think it's tomorrow. So please speak to our team if you want to visit and you want to go see how it actually looks once it's deployed and all of the aspects associated to it. I unfortunately will not be available tomorrow, but go for it, have a look, play with it, test it. All right, it's very important that you get the feel of what this actually allows us to do. And then I'm nearly done. I think I've got a short video that I'm going to play. Let's see.
We Kenyans are always online, or if we're not, we are trying to get online. We need to be online for work, entertainment, education, even healthcare. When we are at home, we need fast internet. Fast enough for ourselves, our partners, our kids, even our grandparents, and definitely our guests. In my house, I always serve my guests tea, but the first thing I get asked for nowadays is not tea, but the Wi-Fi password. We also need unlimited internet, not relying on bundles. But a lot of homes do not have fiber internet yet. When it does come, sometimes the internet is slow, videos buffer or hang, and I can't count how many times I have only. Then as I walk around my place, the network keeps dropping if I'm far from the router. But there are solutions for this. When new homes and apartments are being built, they should have manholes to make it easier to get fiber into the property, space for cabinets to put the equipment, and ducts that internet companies can easily run their cables through. The new building code will help ensure this for all new buildings, and developers can use Kenya Standard 1882 for detailed guidance. When it comes to installing the fiber, Huawei has developed solutions to make it easier to connect fiber cables, split fiber cables to different apartments. We call it Quick ODN. Inside homes, Huawei has developed solutions to make sure you have really high-speed internet in every room. We call it fiber to the room. That means having more routers in the home, but each router is connected by fiber, which is transparent and quick and easy to glue onto the walls. This is much faster to install and definitely better looking than using the ugly gray Ethernet cables or sticking and trunking everywhere. And fiber gives much faster speeds than Ethernet. With fiber to the room, every room can have an ultra high definition TV without any buffering. You can have multiple people playing online games or on video calls at the same time. You'll have internet so fast, you'll end up moving your office into your home. You can connect so many people to the internet, you'll be inundated with guests coming over for tea as long as they have the Wi-Fi password. With such good Wi-Fi in your room, you might even be willing to pay your internet service provider more.
Perfect, thank you guys. So, yeah, I think it is the way it is. When I travel into Africa, I think the second most question asked on the continent for travelers, first one in the hotel is my room ready? Second one is, what's the Wi-Fi password? Because I need to connect to my wife ASAP. So it just shows you the importance of how things are happening and developing and being connected all the time. So in summary, fiber remains a critical part of the entire connectivity stream. Government and regulator has an important part to play in all of this, providing the enabler, being the enabler for the pre-provisioning and rapid deployment mechanisms that allow the fiber to connect. The new and innovative deployment mechanisms make it more attractive and cost-effective for our operators. And for those interested, then we've got that real-life demo tomorrow in Kileleshwa. I hope I've got that right. So thank you for that one, Adam. Kileleshwa. So, but that's it from my side. I'm going to join the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Marius.
Thank you so much for that, Marius. A brief change in our program because Adam had spoken about having a keynote at the beginning of his session. Traffic, treasury, many things happened. But our speaker is finally here. Probably with some good news from the Treasury, who knows? Let's put our hands together for the Executive Director, Engineer Maurice Okech from the National Construction Authority. Round of applause for him, please.
My remarks was meant to start with good morning, but I have to be alive to the fact that time has changed and has moved, and allow me to say good afternoon. Being a good gentleman, it's good to say my apologies for coming late. I know you were ready for me earlier, and I hope you are still ready. But now the brain is not having the same space it had earlier. I want to ask you to just repackage some of the information on the store and bring some space for this particular one. I'll start with the introduction of myself. My name is Engineer Maurice Okech. I work for National Construction Authority, which is a government agency charged with the responsibility for regulating the construction industry in Kenya. And construction is wide, including what my previous speaker has just spoken about, which is fiber, installing fiber is construction. The only thing that's not construction in fiber is using it, which is consumption. But before it is used, it must be installed by a qualified contractor licensed by NCA. It must be installed using the standards that have been approved. It must be installed in a safe manner that is good for use by the children that are also accessing it, as well as you, the adults, and the elderly, for those who are taking a survey. I'm happy to be in this space because we are talking about telecommunications, and I happened to pass that journey in the telecommunications sector for about 10 years or so, earlier in my life, before I became the executive director, where I'm currently working at National Construction Authority. So I worked in Safaricom for some years, and just before I left Safaricom, fiber was just taking space in its space in the industry. And I'm happy that some of the standards, specifications for installing fiber through Safaricom, I can't say the brainchild because I was not a child then, but some of the people who contributed to those formative specifications, which have now developed into something we are seeing. On the side of NCA, I'm also happy to note that the building code that has been there for the last several years, I think 50 years plus, a 1968 document is currently being reviewed, and I'm there championing its review to ensure that the fiber that was not there in 1968 is now being accommodated in the new code. And I think that has also been showcased to you. When you saw the space of Kenya, you saw the building code, and that's why I'm coming to speak to you about it. I didn't get orientation on how to use this, but I'll try as an engineer to use the arrows. Good, it's working. So I'll briefly make an introduction of what NCA is. I'll not go through the entire presentation the way it is, because I also appreciate some space in your brain has been taken. I'll just give you what has not been given to you in terms of the prior presentations. So NCA is a government agency, as I've told you, established in 2011. So we've been in existence for about 10 years or so. And in that space, we are supposed to regulate the construction industry. Part of what we do is licensing contractors. So if today, for instance, the convener of this particular conference, I know is TESPOC, but also one of the key players is Huawei. If they want to move from the space of just equipment, innovation, manufacturing, and supply, and do construction, real construction, then they have to get a license from National Construction Authority. I know the onboard service providers that do construction for them, and those contractors are licensed by NCA, whether they're doing fiber. NCA is the main word I'll be using most of the time. I know in the telecom sector you are more used to acronyms, so when I say NCA, just know it is National Construction Authority. It may also mean something else in the telecommunication sector, which I have not discovered. So NCA has a mandate to oversee and coordinate. Part of what we do is licensing contractors, I have told you, and also accrediting construction workers. When I talk about accreditation of construction workers, we are still seeing very low numbers when it comes to the technicians who are installing telecommunication infrastructure in your buildings. They need to have licenses so that if something goes wrong, you have a recourse. You can come to NCA and ask us that you licensed, you gave this gentleman or this lady accreditation certificate to install as a fiber installer, but look at what they have done to my building. They have messed me up because the old buildings did not have infrastructure. The way they have cut the building, the way they have damaged it, I need something to be done. And if they're not licensed, we'll tell you, sorry, you used an unqualified technician. Please, next time, use the correct one so that you have a quality job. We also register projects as part of our regulatory mandate. So one of the key things we do during registration is to ensure that the project has a qualified contractor, the project has the necessary registration in terms of licensing, whether it's a new building, whether it's a road, whether it's a dam. We also ensure that you have qualified professionals to do that particular project. And then part of our key mandate, which is what we are talking here about today, is the development and enforcement of the building code. Until 2020, when the Act was developed, approved in 2011, the aspect of the building code was not part of our mandate or function. But in 2020, through a miscellaneous amendment in Parliament, we are fortunate to have been given additional provision to develop and enforce the building code. And it's from that time that we started working on the building code. I think that will be a good summary as far as that is concerned. Again, I will not go into detail, but part of also what we do is developing capacity in the construction sector by way of training contractors, training construction workers and site supervisors, and of course, engaging with the stakeholders from time to time, like we are doing now. In fact, for a contractor to have their license renewed, which is a requirement at the end of every financial year, that is 1st July to 30th June each year, they must have attended a training. So if there are contractors in this room, and if there was prior engagement with NCA to recognize this as part of that capacity building, then those contractors would qualify to earn CPD points, which will allow them to renew their license come the following financial year, which is what we do from time to time. So I'll briefly talk about the building code, because that's the focus of my conversation today. The building code we have currently, before the one that is being worked on is approved finally, was promulgated in 1968. I don't want to ask how old someone is, but is there anybody who was here before 1968? Not very many, isn't it? My hand is down. It's up now because I'm asking. But for the sake of that question, my hand is down. Meaning, it's been several years, isn't it? And now we are working on a new one. If you look at the century we are in today, 21st century, in fact, in 1968, if there was fiber, it was not yet communicated. Maybe it was on the heads of a few, if it was there in 1968. But I believe it wasn't there. Maybe they were using other telecommunication infrastructure like satellites and so on and so forth. And wires. For those who remember growing into Kenya around the 70s, 80s, you used to see some cables, what do you call them, landlines, from one place to another. And do you know how long it used to take to connect? For those who are fortunate to have landlines in their houses, you would apply today, and maybe you'll retire if you have a few years to retire before you get it. I'm not trying to talk ill about someone, but these are things that used to happen. So that is the code that existed. You also remember that a lot of things have changed. In fact, in the old building code, it was very prescriptive to the extent that if you're building a wall, you know what masons use for construction, putting stone on top of another, it was saying that you have to use Nairobi bluestone, 200 millimeter thick. Now, if you're building, for those who are not coming in from Kenya, Kenya is very diverse. We have northeastern part of Kenya, we have coastal, we have western, we have central, and so on and so forth. Nairobi is on this part of Kenya, and you have to use Nairobi bluestone, 200 millimeter thick. If you are to audit any building today, I think it will not pass even that code that has been supposed to be used for that construction, and so on and so forth. So it was very prescriptive. What does the new and the old code have in the difference, the departure? The new code is very flexible, and I'll give you an example of the flexibility aspect. If you are doing a wall is always the basic unit of a construction element in any structure. For a building, that is. It does not tell you you must use a stone of a certain thickness. All it tells you, that wall must meet certain performance requirements. It gives a lot of room for innovators. Even if you can use any other type of material, as long as it meets a certain performance requirement in terms of strength, how strong it should be, fire rating, how long should it sustain a fire when it occurs, as well as durability, and of course, other quality aspects. That's what it says. Whatever you make it of, and of course, must also be safe. because sometimes it can also be hazardous. So to that extent, it's very flexible. Of course, the old code, as you know it, if you are to defy or violate, the penalties are very low. 2,000 shillings is about, is it $15 or $1.5? I'm trying to convert quickly. For those who, I have to be international when I'm talking about currency. But it's 2,000 Kenya shillings, which is very low, or 6 months imprisonment. For a developer who is investing billions of shillings, Kenya shillings, that's nothing. He can put that in his pocket, and every day you violate and pay until the construction is over. So now the new code has enhanced that penalty provision so that at least you feel some pinch if you are to violate. 6 months imprisonment is still there because we don't want to lock you for too long. We want you to continue investing even as you violate, and we check on you. Among a few other things. So what are the most important points when it comes to the new code? I want you to remember or recognize, and I want to appreciate the support we've gotten from all the stakeholders in the telecommunications sector. They were very key, and they said we must include certain things in telecommunication. And I want to support that. That was very important. Some of you sitting in this room worked with us along the way, and every time they kept checking whether those pages have changed or they're still intact. And I want to assure you, we have onboarded your comments to the end, to the extent that after this code is approved, and I will tell you how far it is in terms of progress, a developer will not have a discretion to put or not to put. You will be required by law that within that construction of your building, and that is specifically mentioned under section or clause 328 of the code, of the draft code. It has many clauses, many clauses. It has 347 pages of about 500 clauses. One of the clauses dealing with the telecommunication infrastructure is 328, and under section or article 328 or section, I'm not a lawyer, so I always get confused whether which one to use, but I know what you understand is the number. 328, section 6, subsection 6, it talks about the need to make provision for the infrastructure, a duct, totally separate from the other ducts that they're used to providing. People only understand electricity, electrical ducts, and other ducts. But now, there is need to provide a duct and the infrastructure to onboard that duct. I think you can call it a manhole at appropriate point at the foot of the building to onboard the fiber. So going forward, it will not be a discretion of the developer. It will be a necessary requirement guided by law. This is a legal instrument. The building code is a subsidiary legislation that is anchored under the substantive law of NC Act, and after the amendment in 2020. And after this is approved, it will be mandatory that it must be provided. And part of our mandate is to carry out inspections from time to time, and when you come to your building during construction and it's not there, we'll label your building to be non-compliant. That's what it means. Non-compliance here means that it is missing an item that is prescribed in one of the legal instruments, which is the building code. So we'll be supporting you, especially the fiber promoters in that space. The space where we're in, of course, this one I've talked about. This one you gave it very loudly. You said must have installation of telecom infrastructure in a building. I've already talked about it. All these are actually in the code, the way it is there. But of course, because it's legal, is a legal document, there's a way they have structured it so that it looks tough. I may be soft as I give you my remarks. Before I finish, I said I'll be very brief. Where is the code at the moment? It's been a journey of about 3 years to get where we are. And I'm happy to report that we have engaged all levels of legislative development in our country, the last being National Assembly and Senate. Remember, our country has a bicameral parliament. That is a parliament with 2 chambers. We have the Senate, which is composed of all senators from 47 counties across the country, plus, of course, nominated senators in one house. And they deal with the matters of counties and devolution. And then we have the National Assembly, where we have members of parliament from 290 constituencies across the country. Of course, in each county we have a number of constituencies, and they sit in the National Assembly. We have engaged the relevant committee that is in charge of developing regulations, with this being a regulatory instrument. And one thing we realized is the interest that this particular document has generated, to the extent that having met them informally, because if we publish this, it goes to them and they have any comments. If they are to add any comma, a full stop, or anything, it stands rejected, and we have to start from scratch. So that's why we had engaged them in what we call a pre-publication scrutiny, engaging before engaging, so that they can be able to give us their comments. And they've given us very good input. We got very good input from the National Assembly when we engaged them, and we got very good input from the Senate when we engaged them. And now we have already included those comments back in the document. None of them interfered with your section on telecommunications. That's the assurance I need to give you, because you may be asking questions in your head as I continue. That was our part affected. I want to say no, it wasn't. They only reinforced other parts. And the part that were reinforced is the enforcement part. That how will we enforce this code? If someone does not put the fiber in their building, I'm giving an example that's relevant to you, what do we do to them? Those are some of the things that we have added, so that in case it is you who is a proponent of this, and again you defy, now the penalties will be there for you. So they have enhanced a few things to ensure that we are more alert when we are doing construction. The Senate also gave us very good comments as well, and then again we've wondered it. So the next stage now, and remember, being a legal document, the chief advisor of government on legal matters is normally the Attorney General. So the Attorney General's office is currently putting this into a legal format, all those comments, so that we don't distort any of the clauses, we don't distort any of the provisions, so that once it is finalized by the Attorney General's office, the minister in charge of this particular regulatory instrument, which is the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, where NCA falls under, National Constitutional Authority is a parastatal under ministry, will gazette through a publication, and after that gazettement, it will now go to Parliament. You're asking how many times is it going to Parliament? I told you the other one was informal. Now it will go formally. And because they have already looked at it, it will now have a smooth sailing, hopefully, from where I sit. This is not for recording. I hope you're not recording. So at that juncture, once Parliament receives it formally after gazettement by the minister, and they look at it, they debate it, and they approve it, it will take legal effect. And one thing I want to tell you, after the legal effect has commenced, we'll have a one-year transition window. Meaning within 1 year, whether you are using the old one or the new one, we'll still be with you as we encourage you to use the new one. But after 1 year, we'll now tell you, you've been here for 12 months, can you now be on this other side? That's the purpose of transition period, so that we don't start demolishing buildings because they don't comply with the new code. So the transition clause was also introduced by the Parliament when they engaged us. So you see, they made very good contributions when we engaged them informally. So lastly, I think it's just the areas of collaboration with you, private sector. I think the first one has been very, very successful. You collaborated with us very well in terms of development of laws and policies. Your input was very key. Partnership in capacity building, programs like this one, we can be, because here a lot of information is coming out. maybe I'm the only one giving old information, but put in a perspective of my language or my understanding. So with your collaboration with us, and we can use some of these forums to also invite contractors to be trained, especially the ones in the sector that is relevant to your presentations. And then I know you are very good in research. Private sector does a lot of research. We are saying that with the research that you're doing out there, we also have a research mandate that is geared towards construction industry. We can work together and see how that research supports the sector. I think that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. In case of any questions, you can see me after or visit our offices at Kenya Commercial Bank Building, Towers in Upper Hill, or visit our website, drop a mail, we'll be able to respond to you. Thank you very much, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Engineer Ketch. Thank you so much for that. Of course, giving us a brief history on what's been happening so far. Told us what the authority has gone in Parliament, Senate. I've noticed you still haven't told us what happened today at Treasury. So it's okay. We'll come to KenCom, get that particular conversation there. But we'll move it right along to the panel discussion and to have now about county connectivity solutions. Peter, floor is yours.
Thank you, Jeff. My panel, thank you very much for your patience. We are going to go through this as quickly as we can. Marius, takeaway from your presentation was GDP growth, regulatory harmonization, and capacity are the takeaways. None of that is optional. My question to you is, what is your organization's engagement with our public sector in terms of processes and challenges?
I think one of the things that really sets us apart, and it might sound strange. I've had the question on a number of occasions where we participate in forums like this, and they say, "But why are you doing this, Huawei?" Because ultimately, what we're trying to achieve in terms of pre-provisioning and rapid deployment enables my competitors as well, because we're trying to create an ecosystem that allows for all of the operators to hopefully participate fairly and create a competitive environment for all. But we've got a vision at Huawei that says we want to bring connectivity, intelligent connectivity to everyone. And that's one thing that I'm very passionate about myself, and I know Fiona as well, and also the Digital Council Africa. We have various discussions around this, and what we're doing here is working towards that vision. And you simply cannot do it alone. We need to have government involved. We need to guide and educate. I say a lot of the times my job is just to simply guide and educate. The final decision is still made by government or the stakeholders. But together, bring insights into those areas where maybe government is lacking. I'm not a building code expert as an example, but we've seen how important the building code is as an enabler for everyone else. So Huawei has always adopted a view that we need the right stakeholders to talk to and reach those areas where we can work together towards the common good of everyone.
Thank you, Marius. Elizabeth, if you could introduce yourself and your organization and the products that you provide for county connectivity solutions, which is this panel's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. My name is Elizabeth Wanjiru from Danco Capital. At Danco Capital, we are manufacturers based in Riru. We manufacture the ducts that are used basically for the carrying of the fiber and the manholes as well and handholds, particularly to be used for the outside plant. We also supply overhead accessories for the overhead connectivity, both for home use and also for outside plant as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And to my right, Hezekiah, please introduce yourself and your organization.
Thank you very much. As you've heard, my name is Hezekiah Kipto from Telkom Kenya. I work in the Department of Network Planning and majorly on fiber infrastructure. So as Telkom, we do infrastructure construction, delivery of fiber to sites, to customers, and to our own internal data centers. We build a lot of fiber infrastructure in the industry, and we extend our traffic all the way from Mombasa to the rest of the East African countries, where we majorly transport the submarine infrastructure or submarine data from Mombasa. Currently, as Telkom, we are privileged, or we've had the chance to land about 5 cables in our stations. And currently we are doing another one, which we target to complete in the next maybe 6 months. We should be live on air. So basically that's what we do. And
Thank you, Hezekiah. Maybe follow-up question on that. When you're doing your fiber deployments and capacity building, how do you, or how does the engagement process go with your customers, specifically with the public sector? How do you go about planning capacity?
So majorly we have maybe we do the plans, and based on the request that we want to realize, we understand the industry is a diverse industry, but we have serious challenges, and we also have success issues. One of the challenges is what was discussed here in the morning about engaging the county governments to access the way-leaves and permits. This is something that probably it has always been a challenge to the industry, where we really don't understand the two between the way-leaves and the permits. The way-leaves can be a bit clear, but when it comes to permits, you realize a company like Telkom, we have licenses of operating business in all the towns. And when we are acquiring that license, it spells out what we are doing. And therefore, it beats the logic when it comes to when I want to do a rollout or to do a plan. I'm requested for a permit, yet I have already a license to operate. So that's one of the challenges at times we have never understood, and I don't know whether NCA has taken into consideration that or the regulatory body. Number two is when we are building our infrastructure, and lately we've gone back to the success stories that we have had. And this one I want to refer to a case in point, like there's a construction works of the Makupa Causeway. We have had the Makupa Causeway coming up. The road has been done, the bridge has been done, and somehow the infrastructure, fiber infrastructure ducts have not been incorporated into the road or into the bridge. As opposed to a case when Nyali Bridge was being done. Nyali Bridge, we have a common service duct that was incorporated. So we really didn't understand why an organization like Kenya could not have taken into consideration that. Number two is the challenges of the space that at times we have. And when we were doing Langata Road, we made recommendations that any other new infrastructure to be done, the relevant authorities should consider setting up those infrastructures for sharing. And they do that infrastructure and employ the open access model, whereby it becomes open to any infrastructure deployer to use that infrastructure. You've seen the government currently saying they want to roll 100,000 kilometers. And out of the 100,000 kilometers, they are not intending to do it themselves. They are intending to do only 48%, and they say 52% will be done by the private sector. So in essence, at times, we're not being facilitated to do that, to realize that faster deployment. So I feel those are some of the challenges at times. we should be considered, or it should be considered for purposes of faster and easier deployment. Thank you.
Thank you, Hezekiah. Elizabeth, among your products that you do have, maybe you could mention some of the challenges that you have with regards to their utilization or acquisition.
Oh, well, thank you. I think for us, basically, having to make the ducts in different colors, because you find that the different providers have different color codings, which is according to the standard that ideally should be adhered to. Yeah, so you find that at times you'd have different colors changing every other so often, and we are not sure at what point do we draw the line to make sure that if it's green, we identify green being Safaricom and not a water duct. If it's black, for example, then it's Telkom Kenya and not necessarily black for water pipe again, because you find there are times that different utilities, and I think I echo to what one of my colleagues in the audience said earlier, that we need to treat Telkom as a utility. Once we know that we'll be able to treat it as a utility, then now all these color codings will also be respected in a way, because now we won't have people changing colors so often without having to do the consideration. Again, looking at things like manholes and handholds that we are also having, you find that the sewer guys use the same manholes for our ducts, and it's quite something, because now it beats the point and the purpose of that particular chamber. You find your cable is submerged in sewer, as opposed to them having their own sewer line. So the education bit also comes in play, where we are able to educate the team and say this is particularly for Telkom. It's only designed in a way that it can actually accommodate cables and not necessarily a sewer line. Yeah.
Thank you, Elizabeth. From what I hear, it would indicate that in addition to telecommunications, we need to ensure that all our other services also work, our utilities, our sewers, our roads, so that when we do our bit, it's not impacted by anybody else's.
Correct.
Thank you. Marius, maybe you could tell us about any challenges with the taxes or importation process for your equipment for our customers in Kenya?
Sure. I think having been engaging with government and regulators now for a number of years, a very important component is affordability. And a typical example is, how do we get the feature phones out of the network and get smartphones into the hands of every user? And government has got a very important role again to play. I have seen on the continent initiatives like cutting on or exemptions on import duties. VAT is another factor that can be considered. If you've got universal access funds to maybe help subsidize the devices, because again, ultimately, if we get a lower cost device to the operator, and then that lower cost device can go to the consumer, and that will really help us in order to fast track towards what the future offers us. Obviously, there's factors as well like scale of quantities. I mean, with the advent of 5G, we are aggressively pushing, and I'm proud to say that Huawei has got some of the cheapest 5G handsets available at this point, but we're trying to push that even further down for Africa. Because again, I can have the best networks out there with the best available services, but if I don't have the devices in the hands of the consumers to enjoy and to change their lives, then we've got a problem. And I mean, Kenya is also well known, our DigiTruck initiative, where we actually then also go into communities and we provide the relevant skills, and we show the people, this is how you upload a CV, this is how you connect, all of these things, this is how you search for a job, as an example. Because we realize again that there are specific challenges on the continent which is different than from Europe and maybe Asia, etc. So, but just to stress the point again, we need to come together with government, look at these challenges and address them together, because ultimately, you know, our research and development costs us quite a bit of money. 53% of our staff component, which is approximately 106,000 engineers, focus on research and development. And we cannot afford, to cut back on that, because the moment we're not relevant in our R&D, I will lose my competitive edge. So that would be my answer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Marius. Elizabeth, same issue. Taxes.
I think it's the same thing. I'll just try and reiterate exactly what my colleague has just mentioned. We've seen a jump in the taxes, and especially, I think such forums are very vital, especially when we have areas of concern. So I believe the taxman should be around in our midst to make sure that they understand the impact that the taxes actually have when it comes to the deployment and even selling to the customer, to the end customer. So in this case, you would find like in a span of the end customer. So in this case, you would find like in a span of a month or two, you have a duty jump from. So which that cost is passed down to the customer, which in this case probably is Huawei, then that cost comes to you as the buyer of the internet. So you find the affordability also, the ability to purchase also goes down. So it has a ripple effect really if we look at the tax implication when it comes to the materials that we are actually selling or even using in our own network.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And the takeaway there is that for the county connectivity solutions, if the government is not the one actually deploying the infrastructure, and it's a private sector doing so, taxes are a big point. Right. Hezekiah?
Yeah, I agree. Taxes is a key thing, but one thing we want to request for is if the government could look at, even if they're looking for ways about how they get revenue, they see how that is compensated. Maybe concession with the manufacturers or concession to the construction companies as the service providers. So that cost, we are really looking for bringing down the cost of internet to the consumers. And one thing that we will request is in this industry is also the government to consider subsidizing the fertilizers, because those are the fertilizers that we consume in bringing up the internet.
Thank you, Hezekiah. I'll bring this session to a close with a takeaway there that we do have a customer base in terms of our population that requires the connectivity that the panelists have in terms of products and services. And at this point, over to you, Jeff, and thank you very much, everybody.
Okay, we will give to our panelists and moderator for a work well done, insights well shared, and also if you're in the previous panel, first panel, please come for your token of appreciation hamper as well as you do that. Thank you very much. Panelists from the first session, Mr. Daniel has come up. Yes, Adam, there we go. As we do that, slight change in our program, we'll have one more session before lunch. We'll squeeze one more session on online gaming and how to enhance value to the communities, local communities. That's a discussion we're going to have. And to take us through that particular discussion and moderate that particular session will be Engineer Obam of Huawei. Having a brief engineer tete-a-tete right there. But yes, Engineer Obam takes us through that particular session of the program right before lunch. And value addition to the local communities. Engineer, over to you.
Thank you. So this panel starts between you and your lunch, and it's already lunchtime. So my name is Daniel Obam. I'm a special advisor on policy and regulatory affairs for Huawei, and I'm happy to be here. 3 months ago, I was standing where Engineer Cage was standing. In fact, those amendments, we made some contributions to that provision infrastructure. Let me quickly call my panelists. Eric Jay Shapiro from Gaming Africa, and Davis Waidaka from Elimu. So we've talked about fiber laws, we went through sewage, but now we want to talk about the content that flows through what we've been discussing since morning. And so I have three panelists here, and we try to make you forget your lunch at least for some 30 minutes or so, we hope. And so without further ado, I would like to ask Eric from Conext to tell us about Conext, why it's important, and then after that we will go into discussion about content, online content, and what value it can add to our counties. Eric, please.
Thank you, Engineer. My name is Eric Dong. I'm standing on behalf of, the Conext CEO, Andrew Lavella. He was supposed to handle this, but he's away a little bit, so he delegated this morning. So I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, just as good. I'm standing between you and lunch. So I'll just take a little, like 2 minutes or so, taking you through Conext. By the show of hands, how many of you know Conext? Oh, so I'm talking to the wrong audience. All right, Conext is a registry. We handle a national resource, something called country code top level domain. Every country around the world has got its own identity online, and .ke is a Kenyan identity. So we handle that. We have got we've got 9 products for all of our sectors in the economy. We've got .co.ke for corporates. There's a beautiful master plan that the government is actually running to ensure and promote e-commerce in the country, and probably .co.ke might be one of the drivers that will actually be used to push for that. We also have seen a lot of digitization of government business. We can see that most of the services, 10,382, the CS mentioned that number. Most of the services are actually done online. And how are you going to access that? It has to be through a .go.ke domain name. And also schools, we've got, how many schools do we have? Huawei has been doing a great job in connecting schools in our country. And we have a target, I believe, under the National Broadband Strategy. I know one of our panelists here will be talking more about that. Is trying to connect schools online on .co.ke, on .sc and .ac.ke domains. So as Conext, we are a registry. We do not handle the domain registration directly. We have adapted a 3R model, whereby if you want to register a domain, you have to go through our registrars. A registrar will be probably an ISP, will be a web designer, or that person who is going to create the website for you or help you with the hosting services. And then now we're going to have the registrant. The registrant is the end user, you and me, who needs that domain name. So at the moment we have, in the country, we all know we have 17.86 internet users as January this year. But out of those, we only have 100,000 domain names, .ke domain names. So that is something to think about, because we are working so hard to work on the infrastructure. We've had people talk about the connectivity, the fiber connectivity to home, everywhere. But then you need to have a very vibrant DNS ecosystem to promote that uptake and also create the development of content development. So that is why this is important to us, and also working closely with TESPOC, who actually sit in our board. We feel the need to actually partner more with also people in this sector to promote the uptake of .ke, and also that will in return promote the use of internet in the country. We ensure that we also promote local hosting, so that at least we can put our, promote local hosting, and also as people take up DNS, the domains, and mostly the .ke domain name, at least the use of internet will be more deliberate and also meaningful. So we also are urging greatly partners. We are open to working with you in obviously promoting that uptake in all these sectors, be it school connectivity programs. You have those. We are very working with you in adding value to that, in promoting e-commerce, and also in counties. We are working closely with all our counties. All of our counties, the 46 counties, are all connected online. They are on .go.ke, so you want information on any county, you go online, you find it online, but there's a lot of work to be done from them, because the schools in the counties, although are still there, most of them are not connected. There's need for that to promote, and a lot of information is needed, and that's where content development is being, there's that gap in content development, because you want to know what's peculiar or important, something that you want to know more about a county, but then that information is not online. And how will it get online? Once they take up these domain names, have websites, and create that content online. So we are working to help that, and not just create content, but meaningful content. Content that can be monetized. You can make more business online, because after all, almost everyone is online right now. So so that is my brief about Kenny, and also let you know that we are great to be here. Pass my apologies from our CEO Andrew. He would have wanted to be here, but he's not here today. And I look forward to joining with the panel in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. I think Eric is a relevant person to be here, because he's head of business development and partnerships. And here we're talking about partnerships. So maybe it's just as well that the CEO did not make it and the who made it. I think when Engineer Cage asked us about who was here before 1968, it was only me and Robert here who raised our hands. So, retired guys, but we are still trying to insist on being in the sector. When the CS was here, he talked about the importance of connectivity to the counties and even to agencies that we are talking about, government agencies that we are saying take long to give approvals. But actually some of them also need connectivity, isn't it? So isn't it ironical that when we are trying to make connectivity, the people who actually benefit from this are also maybe delaying this. But I think that with education and more engagement, we can be able to find a common ground. So the discussion here, as much as we like to focus it on how online content can benefit counties, I think this applies to all of us. Anyone who is connected online, from ourselves at home, working from home, working online even from the office, I think online is an important aspect. Just to let you know that that team that the CS talked about, the one looking at the sector review, working, I am a member of that team together with Fiona, and actually we belong to a thematic group called Digital Infrastructure and Telecommunication Services, which is very, very relevant to what we are talking here today. So whatever we are discussing here, Fiona and I will try and see how this can fit into that review program. Now, I want to go to Jay, and Jay is the chairman of a group called Pan-Africa Gaming Group, and he has over 300 staff spread over 11 countries in Africa. And Jay, given that spread, and you knowing how the county, because you're based in Nairobi, how the county system is set up, how do you see the work you do in terms of unification? How can that bring value and help solve some of the problems that our counties are facing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me just start by saying I'm sensing a theme here this morning. Engineer Daniel just said that this panel is all about the content flowing. In the last panel, we had two panelists talking about how the ducts are being used for sewers, and the second one said we should subsidize fertilizer. So I'm starting to sense a theme that I'm not very comfortable with, to be honest, but I'll try and adhere to it nonetheless. I think we have good games, not, well, I won't say it, but, so I'm Jay from PAG. I started what's called the Siku Games, based here in Kenya about 5 years ago, and then expanded that across the continent into what's now called the Pan-African Gaming Group, with 11 studios covering everything from Egypt and Tunisia in the north, to Cape Town in the south, and from Senegal in the west to Ethiopia and Kenya in the east, and a bunch of countries in between. We are the largest game developer in Africa, creating locally relevant content for primarily governments and counties to be able to reach the youth with locally relevant content, but also to harness the power of gamification to create social impact and do good. And in the case of counties particularly, I think there's a lot of ways that gamification can be a powerful tool for you with your citizenry. And I'll go through just a couple of examples, and it's important to differentiate between a game and gamification, right? A game is something that you start, you finish, you play, you sit with your kids. It might be Candy Crush on your phone or Call of Duty or something like that. Gamification is harnessing the tools of gaming, challenges, rewards, the emotional elements, etc., and using those to accomplish business objectives, right? The engineer talked about the review process on the business, the building code, right? And what a process that is. And if it gets rejected, you have to go back and start, right? Well, there's an opportunity for gamification to encourage the feedback to come in from the different stakeholders to move that process along. In the county levels, we have revenue collection, increasing compliance, for example, reducing corruption, reducing leakage, for example. Big opportunities for gamification there. In the transport sector, I know particularly in Nairobi County, there's been a lot of investment since the last changeover around bicycle lanes and walking paths, for example. But that requires a behavioral shift for the citizens, the residents, to either continue walking as they're doing and not change to cars, or to get some people out of their private vehicles and into the BRTs and bicycles, etc., right? And that's a behavioral nudge that we can do through gamification. A great example of that is a good friend of mine is the CEO of the Health Promotion Board in the Singapore government. And they ran a program where they have step trackers that they had manufactured for them. And they give them out free. They've done more than 1 million of them to citizens in Singapore. And they measure everybody's steps as a base. And then if you increase that by 20%, 10%, whatever it may be, you get vouchers and rewards for supermarkets and movie theaters and things like that as a way of encouraging people to change their behavior, right? So that's an interesting example, right? And then lastly is around social protection, right? So we have done COVID games in the past, teaching people around separation, physical separation, masks, etc. We've done HIV, sexual reproductive health, gender-based violence, all these sorts of things that when you approach the youth today, and this is not unique to Kenya, but really around the world, and you try and hit them over the head with traditional messaging from governments or from NGOs through flyers and programs, etc., they're completely deaf to it. They just ignore it entirely. And if the government tells you to stay 6 feet apart from each other, they just do the opposite. But if you take those same messages and you infer them within a game, within comic books, within hip-hop songs, from people they respect or that entertain them, all of a sudden it changes their behavior. And you wind up reaching your objective. And so gamification is a very powerful tool from that perspective in terms of actually accomplishing your business objectives or your citizenry objectives or civic engagement or whatever it is that you're trying to do within your county by leveraging this universal thing called play. It's one of the few things that we have in the world that is universal across every culture and every language. We all play something. And we use that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. My next panelist is the CEO of Elimu. If you've heard of the Digital Economy Blueprint, which is one of the key policy documents in Kenya, one of the pillars is called Digital Skills and Values. And then derived from that, you have the draft National Digital Economy Strategy. The part on skills, one of the people who contributed that greatly was Davis Wailaka, who we did this work in one of my previous lives. And so he continues to work in that area. And Davis, I would like to just maybe introduce Elimu and again try and focus on the work that you are doing. How do you see this bringing value to our counties as we go through this digital transformation agenda for our country?
Thank you, Engineer Wang. And again, it's always a pleasure to sit next to you, whether it's in a working table or on a panel like this. So I'm very honored to be here. My name is Davis Wailaka. I'm the CEO of Elimu Holdings, the transit program called Taking Schools Online. I also happen to sit on the board of Conext. I'm the newest director there, just this year. And in one of my hearts, I am also an engineer, I'm a trained engineer, so I think we are in the right venue. I've had a few engineers being mentioned here. So one of the things, the question that came to mind when I was asked, talk about what you do and how does it help with connectivity in the counties and for the country itself. And think of it from what you do and from a private sector perspective. And I said, we spend so much time also thinking about digital skills and values when we're coming up with the digital economy. And the first thing that came to us is forget the skills. It's the digital values that are at the top. Those are the big things. And it is those values that are going to change and transform the country. In the space I am in, that's education. One of the things I want to ask Conext 2023. One of the things I want us to ask is, can we build a new vision with a new value? For instance, if you go back to the county you come from and pick any school, and I ask you, what's the email address of the head teacher? What would that email address be? Somebody at gmail.com. But this is the principal of the school. And how often does the principal of the school stay in the school for 20 years? Sometimes they stay just 3 years, right? So the communication that you sent, the emails that you sent to that school, what happens when the principal moves with their personal email address, and you sent an email to them 4 years ago, the new principal has come in. What happens in that situation? So our work, I think, as private sector, is to Henry Ford the economy, to rethink. Henry Ford rethought the horse economy, the transportation of people, and say, let's transform people, not faster horses, let's make cars. So for us, not more institutionalized Gmail accounts for schools. Let's not have now, since we've said that the personal email has moved to the school, let's move let's use the structures that we've given ourselves. For a school, we should have an official web address, which is yourschool.sc.ke. There's a significant structure that helps manage the transition of staff from one staff to the next staff, so that if you have emails going to a certain department, when that person working in that department leaves, we get the next person having complete business continuity. These are things that happen in our organizations, but they do not happen in our schools. I'll not talk about but this happens in a lot of other public areas, hospitals, dispensaries, etc. But the thinking here is, one, many of the schools, and Kenya has 40,000, more than 40,000 public secondary and primary schools. About 30,000 primary, about 10,000 secondary. We have another almost similar figure of about 20,000 or so private schools. Majority of this, I think Kenya has maybe 1,000 schools registered, 1,000 domains, 1,000 out of a possible 70,000. It tells us that there is a problem somewhere. And these are the vehicles that utilize our infrastructure. These are the vehicles that we build. When you go to a place and say, do we build the roads first, do we bring cars first? The question is, do we need to move people from point A to point B? And if we came together and said, part of these things, affecting this change, changing the perception that a school, a Kenyan school, should be available online. It doesn't cost an arm and a leg. It just changes, it just costs the value change. We can sit here, and we were having some discussions with TESPOC, and I'm happy to announce this here, so that we come out with something solid. We can identify 10 schools in every county now, 47 counties. And so these 10 schools, we are going to provide them with an official website, an official email address, and we are going to do basic training for the principals and the head teachers in those schools. 470 schools as an action point from this conference. And Elimu is happy to read that. We'll work with Fiona. But for as little as 25,000 shillings, we can have these schools online for 5 years. In 5 years, we should have effected enough value change in those schools for us to have the transformation that we need. But most importantly, when people change, they have a 10x influence, especially in schools. If one school buys a bus, 10 neighboring schools are going to start thinking about buying a bus. If we do 470 schools in 1 year, 4,700 schools are going to be looking to get an official presence. Not just a Facebook page, not just a Gmail address for the teacher, for the head teacher, but a proper official presence for the school. Why? Because now they can see the difference between, I want to see the school in Vihiga, but I can't find it online. However, the neighboring school, Vihiga Secondary.sc.k, I can find it online. I can email principal at Vihiga Secondary.sc.k, and I know whether that principal left or the new principal came, and get that information to the principal. So let's say this. We can talk a lot, but we can have a few solid steps. And I'm willing to lead this. We can say 10 schools, every county, 47 counties, 470 schools, and within a year or 2 years, each of them should initiate another 10 schools around them. So 4,700 schools should go online. We can be very happy with those numbers, and we can come together and make this happen, so that we don't sit here and come out with a lot of talk. Talk is good, but can we come out with something solid that we can bank? Thank you.
Thank you. I think Kenyans, we like talking, but it's good. I think that's how we are involved, and I think we are going to do a lot of things to talking. Having chaired many task forces where we talk for a very long time, then eventually we get a document, and then maybe it doesn't get implemented. Sometimes they implement and they come out. So you can't stop us from talking. I think after we talk, we need to implement. Yeah, I want to come to you and just the same thing of what strategies can private sector adopt from your perspective, to try and get the county so that they can benefit from the expertise that lies in the private sector? What strategies do we need to do as private sector to engage with the counties? And then as you answer that, you can also try and maybe do your final remarks of the panel.
Sure. I think panels like this certainly help. Sharing ideas and expertise with the counties and with the leaders within the counties to understand the possibilities and then have dialogue coming from it. But at the same time, I think we must be cautious of the role of the private sector in engaging with the government and doing some of these core infrastructures. Companies should not be profiting from our schools selling domains and email addresses and things like that, or games and that kind of thing. Right? We must rely on the private sector, who are the expertise and can bring the resources and skills, etc. But we have to do so in the service of the country. And if the MOE or KICD or MOH or MOD, whichever ministry you want to pick, or whichever county you want to pick, don't have the capacity internally, then yes, they should do so in partnership with the private sector. But we also have to do so cautiously, because not only do we like talking in this country, but we also have a history of not always playing fair. And I think that's a caution that we have to take.
And then last one, so those are your last ones.
I'm happy to stand on that.
Okay, thank you. Eric, I'll come back to you because Jay talked about profiting from .ke. Simple question, does Conext make money from .ke? That was not my main question. My main question is how many .ke
the county health offices. So this information today, in fact, I got a problem today because the school had to send us SMSs telling us about the exercise, the vaccination exercise is coming to an end, I think tomorrow. So if you haven't been vaccinated, etc. But that's information that naturally should sit on a school's website. It's very cheap to do it. It's very affordable. It's very reliable, and it is cost effective. Now, in terms of education content itself, Jay here does gamification of content. Some people calculus using the blackboard. It is rocket science. But there are games that can help you understand calculus. A bit, a child in Kisii, a child in Elgeyo Marakwet, all these children should be able to have those tools that are so available in the West. So somebody in the West understands calculus very differently from somebody who learns it using a chalk and board. So yes, there is effect of having, and that is the future that we are looking at. And to come to the final part, and I'll just want to add to what Jay's partnership play, because there are areas that you simply will not be able to do profitably. And that's where we come to, it might make sense. It's just like, let me go back to vaccination. If everyone was told to pay for their COVID vaccine, how many Kenyans will pay for that COVID vaccine? How many? But person gets vaccinated because being vaccinated is good for all of us. Well, same thing with digital transformation. Digital transformation is a mass market product. If your digital transformation will work at scale, every school must be connected to the internet, every hospital, every health center, and all teachers able to use digital tools, get digital content, and that brings down the cost, that brings down brings up the availability, and that helps transform our economy digitally.
I think for me, in conclusion, I think we have seen Engineer Ketch, the one was talking about acronyms. There are a lot of acronyms we talk about now. AR, yeah. So we can use education, or education and even gamification can be used to help our counties. Also provides you that infrastructure that enables you to connect as a Kenyan entity. And of course, working for Huawei, I can say that Huawei will do the connectivity the way Marius presented here, or as you can see next door in the demonstration. I want to request you to give a very warm round of applause to my panelists. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I wish we had more time, but I think we have managed to communicate the message. Thank you very much. Hand over back to the moderator.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Engineer Obama as well. Lovely job he did indeed in steering those dangerous waters between opportunities, both at the county level, employment, what does that look like at the county level as far as ICT and digital economy is concerned. So we took a short break for lunch. Lunch will be served at the Big Five exit. Go to Big Five restaurant upstairs. We convene in an hour. After lunch is all about opportunities. Have a great day. Bon appetit.
Don't you give up on your dream, don't you do it. Courses and classes, you might not read as fast, you might not move as quick, you might not have as much, but don't you quit. What's gotta keep
I want to love you your way. Take my time out. Girl, I'll handle you with care. I see the gleam in your eye. It says heart, one of a kind. Girl, I'll handle you with care.
Congratulations and well done to his.
Ongera KIXP.
Congratulations to Fiona, all of her team, and to TESPOC and KIXP on this great anniversary.
Congratulations to the board of TESPOC and KIXP.
TESPOC, established in 1999, was set up initially to put in place a Kenya Internet Exchange Point. We are proud to celebrate the services of the Kenya Internet Exchange Point that is owned by the community, run by the community, and really a service for Kenyans to ensure that Kenyans are able to keep their traffic local.
The history of KIXP is a very interesting one because it spans the whole evolution of technology and the internet in Kenya.
1996, Kenya as a country got our first digital internet connections.
The way things were when internet was new in Kenya, we used to get our bandwidth from JamboNet.
The cost to go via Telkom Kenya's satellite earth station on your own as opposed to going through JamboNet there was a big difference.
It cost an arm, 2 legs, and all your fingers, if I could put it that way. It was so expensive buying bandwidth.
We were paying $30,000 a month for a 64 kilobit international connection. If you multiply that up, it comes to something like $600,000 per megabit per month, which is quite remarkable if you compare it to where we are today.
We were in a situation where all of the connectivity in Kenya was on satellite. There was no submarine fiber in the country yet.
We were using satellite technology to establish international lease lines to internet service providers in other markets, out of which we would now connect into the global internet.
There was no service provider, no ISP that had their primary servers residing in the country. Everybody had their servers out in the US.
An email from a subscriber on ISP Kenya would literally have to go into Europe and sometimes Europe and Asia before coming back to a recipient on the other side of Nairobi.
We didn't have local mail servers. We didn't have a local exchange. So all those emails went where the service provider kept the mail servers.
And that's how TESPOC was formed. It became an association of ISPs to be able to lobby for our interests.
TESPOC has represented Kenya in international forums, whether it's on ICANN, whether it's on AFPIF, whether it's on exchange conferences. They've really represented the country because they represent all stakeholders, not a few individual interests.
At the same time as we're lobbying government for reforms around the international gateways and other things, let's also see if we can optimize our operations by setting up an internet exchange point.
An exchange point is about people coming together to exchange their traffic, and despite that, the fact that most of the people then were competitive rivals, they saw the need and they came together and they were able to achieve something that has grown in leaps and bounds.
And the original idea was that it was purely for the operators, so that we could manage the politics of setting it up.
A few of us got together and put a switch somewhere, got some premise, and started and put up links to the exchange point.
We didn't really know each other very well. It was a highly competitive business. There was no history of liberalized private sector operators here. And so it was an opportunity for us to get to know each other. And the single reason why we got together was that we said, let's create a Kenyan internet exchange point.
Challenges that we faced was that, one, not all service providers were ready to jump in immediately. The other challenge was that the government didn't think this was a good idea.
We started operating, and then we received a letter from what was then called CCK asking us to stop, and I believe it was around our licensing.
That license was not forthcoming. As a matter of fact, and I think there's a letter we're still looking for that came to say that we need to shut down the exchange point.
So next thing we knew, we received a group of very angry-looking people from CCK who demanded immediate closure and shutdown of KIXP.
So for almost a whole year, we couldn't operate. Exchange Point couldn't do anything. But we lobbied, went to court, did whatever we could, and eventually we were able to.
We then went through 18 months of a very bitter public argument about why the exchange should be set up, why it shouldn't be closed down, and why it couldn't become some sort of a state or Telkom Kenya monopoly.
When CCK went to Telkom Kenya, after we really complained for 2 years that there was no local exchange, Telkom was not saying the truth. When they found that the same JumboNet switch and router was the same one that was being said it was for KIXP, they gave us that license.
And from there, things started going from strength to strength, and it's a credit to all the people who were involved in that story, that it wasn't just the few ISPs who were involved, it was actually the entire IT community.
KIXP became the first internet exchange point in the world to require an internet, an operating license.
Liberalization is not something which comes easily, and there was a huge risk at the time that if we didn't fight to open the market and liberalize the market, then it would simply move from mobile operators belonging to vested interests to data communications belonging to vested interests, and really nothing would change. And
to fight for something that's right and that's something that's important, and you have bumps along the way, but when you finally get there and you see that everyone is benefiting, and you know the fact that, let's not forget, there were many international organizations who supported this initiative, who gave us equipment, who realized that this was a fundamental building block of the internet in Kenya.
So exciting to be able to just see our traffic all of a sudden moving and optimizing, and we saw an immediate drop in the traffic levels.
A year into the KXP, and I think it probably didn't do more than 10 megabytes of traffic. Today it's doing 60 gigabytes of traffic and growing.
We no longer have to buy that expensive bandwidth. It improved services. It improved collaboration amongst industry players.
We've been able to offer our customers a better experience on our network. They are able to experience faster speeds, and we've also been able to reduce the cost of connectivity in general.
Global giants, companies like Microsoft, companies like Amazon, Netflix, you know, these are the large companies that are coming to Kenya. They're coming to connect to networks here, but you know, a big piece in what's drawing them here is the KIXP.
So I think a lot of the benefits that Kenyans enjoy today in terms of ubiquitous internet access, fast internet access, great customer service was borne by KIXP.
The Kenya government has done a very good job with embracing technology, a lot of the e-citizen type services. If all of that sat overseas or had to go overseas to come back to get to those services, lots of people wouldn't use them because it would just be too slow and too expensive.
We joined KIXP in 2014. We pair with them at the East African Data Center, and this has been able to give good value to the services that we provide to our customers as well.
It also made great savings, you know, great cost savings for the ISPs.
The market was liberalized, and the market had to be open for all, not restricted to a few vested interests or dominant players.
Some of the big achievements or milestones also we had. The introduction of the GRX, which was meant to provide a platform for voice traffic exchange within the region. And this was mainly again to kind of deal with the exorbitant roaming rates.
You will find a circular saying voice over IP is illegal. What we did is we told people they can actually use it, but not the ISP. So people brought in their modems, they started using the service, and it was up to you and Telkom to go find who was using VoIP.
Initially, KXP had been registered as a separate company, but when I came on board, I was asked to run it as a business service offered by TESPOC, and we have maintained KXP's individual corporate status as we have moved along.
Because of the growth in peering, because of the growth in numbers who are joining KXP, we've seen that global companies have started to come to Kenya. They've started to invest in putting in their network equipment into Kenya.
Today it's doing 60 gigabytes of traffic and growing, and of course when you're accessing local sites, when you're accessing local services, you're no longer going abroad.
By June 2020, we actually had a migration from 1G to 10G ports for 15 members, and within the first year of the pandemic, I'm happy to announce that we actually had 15 new members, which grew to 34 new members within the second year.
Our goal and our dream is to hit 1 terabyte of data at the exchange, and I think we will be there sooner than we might be considering.
The first year of the pandemic saw us having an increase of 195% in as far as traffic is actually concerned, which translated to a further growth of 230% in the second year.
There's been a lot of uptake today of 100 gig ports. Initially, we sold our ports in KBPSs. We've moved from KBPSs. We now we went to the megabyte port size. Today we've got 1 gig ports for the small, very, very small operators, but we start from 10 gigs.
The exchange point and the people around it didn't only help Kenya, they actually helped Africa in the region. So really, where's the future from here? The internet will get faster, the exchange points will get more efficient. From 60 GB, I think we're looking at probably terabytes that will be transcending or transacting in the local exchange points.
I am extremely delighted to announce that Facebook and Netflix will be taking up the 100G ports at the KXP, and definitely looking towards growing this particular segment to a much greater level of attribute within the Kenyan space. Most importantly, keen to ensure that everyone within the KXP ecosystem understands that we remain very ambitious and are keen to ensure that we have this particular space thriving for businesses to be able to unlock their full potential in Kenya.
KXP has undertaken a very long journey to get to where it is today. When we look at the number of members, 68 members peering, and the traffic, 58 gigs of traffic, those are major milestones we have achieved for ourselves. And it is my hope that we will only get better.
As the KXP marks their second decade of existence and moves into their third decade, we are looking at trying to ensure that more members get and drop onto the bandwagon as we're looking at rolling out the 100G ports, and more importantly to ensure that we can actually have a very sustainable environment to operate within Kenya, and not only within Kenya but the region as a whole.
The future is bright, and I know for a fact that the setup and the running of the KXP has been a template that has been used regionally by other African countries to set up their own internet exchange points.
It wasn't individuals, it was an entire community who got together, and that's really important, and that sort of shows the importance of not-for-profit organizations, because they do so much more than just the things they were set up to do.
KXP can be the hub of internet connectivity for Africa.
Congratulations to KXP. We are very, very, very proud of you, and we will continue to watch and support you as much as possible to ensure that this sector continues to grow.
Hongera KXP.
I congratulate you.
technology, science fiction, the universe. Inspiring each generation to explore the unknowns. Down on Earth is the digital galaxy. Voice, web, video, and UHD, from daily communications to audio-visual interactions, inspiring each generation to explore all possibilities on connectivity. We call this galaxy the fixed network. Now, relying on breakthroughs in new technologies, we are heralding in the 5th generation fixed network era, F5G, which will invigorate all industries with gigabit energy. F5G delivers ultra-high bandwidth, enabling the gigabit communications to traverse oceans and continents, serving every home and organization. It breaks down the boundary between virtuality and reality, removing all barriers of time, space, and technology, enriching the ecosystems of industries. F5G delivers an ultimate experience. It monetizes every millisecond, whether in manufacturing or finance. Works more wonders in life through remote medical cooperation and realizes greater possibilities as cities become more intelligent. F5G achieves full fiber connectivity, breaking the chains of distance to extend fibers to every desktop, room, machine, and everything else. It accommodates 100-fold more connections and increases the market potential by hundreds of billions of dollars, advancing the digital economy and creating. F5G is opening new doors, transforming what was incredible yesterday into what is normal today. F5G will continue to grow, extending to optical switching, all optical network, and beyond. F5G will collaborate with 5G to create a new ecosystem, welcoming all industry partners to build an intelligent world.
Because of me, the future is already here.
Focus has been done on that in the CIDP 2023-2027 and subsequent planning documents like the county fiscal strategy paper, where every other county can plug in. For instance, if this is a service provider for management information systems, like the revenue management system, I will tell you what we did with Safaricom. Safaricom created a platform where any other county can plug in, whether you are running a system from this vendor, product, an MVP, which has a lot of enhancements in terms of the access channels, because you realize county have systems that are just back-end systems, and there is need on Android or on iOS. How do these services from counties now, how do we bring on board the UI, the user interfaces, and the user experience? Lastly, on the management information systems is on the acquisition models. I think service providers have a role. And most counties, most systems are actually valid. Their validity is actually pegged on the tenure of that governor. So once another governor comes in, that revenue management. Therefore, then, what advisory can TESPOC also give to counties in terms of the acquisition models? Should counties acquire systems as a service, or it could be the what we call it? This arrangement where after running a system for a number of years, now the county can fully. They are the escrow arrangements. So can that, the quick wins, what I feel are the low-lying fruits, any service provider visiting the counties. You walk in with a revenue management solution, you'll find one in the counties, but what value is this one adding? A big area of opportunity. As I've mentioned, most of these health facilities are running standalone systems that do not speak to each other, that have different roles that they play. And so the game changer here is register a patient in Mtitwande, and the patient is referred to Makueni Referral Hospital. I do not need to register that patient again. A little bit on this, especially on health commodities, is a big area. Most of the budgets for the counties go for health commodities, what they call the health products and technologies every month, just for commodities. And so the question is the accountability and usage of these commodities. How do we get to track that? And so you work in any county, I'll just go through the projects management information system. Most counties are doing projects, but then there is need just to have a visibility for all the projects since inception of that county. Assets management system, there's always an audit query from the Office of the Auditor General in almost. And this is a simple solution that service providers can move in and customize for the counties and of course solve that problem. Again, in records management system and flow. Okay. Second to last from my presentation is on community ICT centers. In Makueni County, when we started this venture, you can see from my rose from 37% in 2018 to 57% last year. So you can tell 57% of the population in Makueni. This is an area for service providers also to come in. This has been made possible through establishment of community ICT centers. We have 13 of them spread across. For the case of the national government, CS Owalo, Mr. CS Owalo mentioned the national government is also doing something on the digital village hubs. Government services where you just need to be served from a ward as far as Kikomboli South, and you do not need to come to the offices. And capacity building, which service providers could also tap into. Lastly, we have in Makueni we have one technology innovation hub located at Wote. Here we just provide an open space for entrepreneurs and programmers to challenges tied closely to addressing both local and international challenges that affect us. Last year, our county was awarded the best category. To the service providers, this is an area to explore. I think Makueni and maybe a few other counties may be having such a hub, but such a hub is. Okay, so thank you. Lastly, we will play just a small video for just to highlight some of the. Thank you.
Kituo cha ICT cha Kalawa kilicho chini ya idara ya serikali ya elimu Makueni ni miongoni mwa vituo vilivyoenea kaunti nzima. Vituo hivi vimepewa jukumu la kutoa mafunzo ya msingi ya ujuzi wa tehama, kukuza ujumuishaji wa matumizi ya ICT pia miongoni mwa watu wanaoishi na ulemavu. Huyu hapa Felix Mutisia anayetumia kituo cha ICT Kalawa.
Kanindan, the Department of Finance and Socio-Economic Planning. There's a research time, I've been able to access CSC Center in Kalawa and acquired computer basic skills. These computer skills are now able to make my reports as an intern. And since before, for me, and one thing that I want to encourage the youths to utilize the CSC centers for their personal.
Felix Mutisya ni mwanafunzi wa ndani katika idara ya fedha na mipango ya kiuchumi ya kijamii. Kama mwanafunzi na shauku ya kupata ujuzi wa kutumia kompyuta, kwa kuwa hakuweza kamwe kutoa ripoti iliyoandikwa kwa mkono. Wakati alipotembelea kituo cha ICT Kalawa kwa mara ya kwanza baada ya kutumwa kama msaidizi wa utafiti wa CIDP, jukumu lake likiwa ni uandishi wa ripoti kuwezesha ushiriki.
I believe Makueni County deserves a hearty clap. So we applaud you for the good job done. And just to take shape for this discussion, the CEO of Vijiji Conext. Vijiji began in 2018, so we are proud that in 5 years, what opportunities do you see in ICT in the county level? And in the same breath also, if I combine the questions, what challenges do you see you've actually gone through or you can foresee in the near future?
Thank you very much, Milka. As she said, my name is Frederick Masharia. The is a fairly new ISP in the FTTH and home connectivity industry. We were incepted in 2018, but officially started trading in 2019. Opportunities for us as an ISP or as a new entrant is primarily because COVID, people needed to work from home, businesses needed to work online, kids needed to learn online, and that presented for us one very big challenge. When COVID was officially announced and we could see all the videos, first thing for us was to tell all our staff, you need to go back home, stay indoors, stay safe, and give them a package to actually stay at home. Spike or the number of calls that they got from potential customers interested in connectivity drove them out of the house, and in reality really pushed us to actually maximize and connect these people. Vijiji, as the name suggests, is a combination of villages. Vijiji, that's how we started off, all the way to Thika, and hopefully in the near future all around Nairobi and Kenya. So that opportunity that came around COVID was an opportunity for operators by that time had ignored or neglected. Going by some industry insight, one of my former colleagues gave was that and passed by as very low-income markets that could not sustain revenue for them. But for us, what we saw when COVID kicked in was an opportunity for us to connect the Ankturai and places like Thika, Roiro, Juja, and we've consistently ensured that we have potentially the most competitive rates in the market by in the last couple of years, even as we started off, initially we had to deal with county government. Of course, that was a big challenge in terms of acquisition of oil leaves, work permits, business permits, as you are some of these structures and processes. So you'd of course get caught up with county council here and there. But eventually, when operators like KPLC came into the picture, actually enabled us to leapfrog the process of rollout, and we've been able to actually grow much faster than we would have if we were exclusively depending on county government leaves and the governments. There are more and more people in decentralized zones. Say, for example, in Kiambu County, where we are also present, the home estate where my parents are is in Thika. For a long time, that place was not connected, and it's also one of the other places that we connected as Vijiji. That presented one, just young guys post high school leavers, and they were very keen on actually seeing this is internet being set up within our community, and we would want to be part of the industry. For those who are interested, at least we took some of them on board, and they've been with us for the last 3-4 years. But on the part, some of the major challenges, and especially when you're a newer provider in the scene, is the lack of information and procedure. One of the things we've seen is withholding of information for purposes of extortion from county officials. Yeah, well, as a new business person or getting into the market, you don't really know everything that is supposed to happen. But because this county official, I'll arrest one of their guys, I'll impose some ridiculous or non-existent of actually being extorted. We've gone through that on countless instances, primarily within Kiambu County, but thank God over the last officials are actually very good and straightforward people. They've been able to share the clear guideline on what needs to be done. For us as Vijiji, we could not by law and finance act to tell us this is what is due here, this is what you're supposed to do. I'm sure organizations like Safaricom and Liquid would have outright. Ground is tougher when you're starting off, but it gets easier as you go by. The other thing I would say is a challenge is also in terms of being an branding and branding, advertising, and awareness within the environment. I think for the first 2-3 years that we're in operation, one of the things that we constantly Safaricom internet, because the notion and the perception in the market is that it's only Safaricom and Zuku who are capable of delivering last mile connectivity via fiber. But over the years that has been easier, but and technology organizations such as ourselves are able to actually market themselves to the population, to the county residents, so that more and more people potentially go and roll out service that Safaricom would not want to go to. There are places Zuku will not want to go to. But at the end of the day, the end users and the residents in those particular places will need that connectivity that will need to be accessed. There are all these other relevant services and critical such as education and e-medicine that will be very easily accessed by this communication platform. So I would say engagement with the counties and also some bits of challenges, but I'm glad to say that over the last couple of months we've seen an improvement in the environment. So we appreciate the participation of the national.
I think what I quite understood is two things. One of the opportunities, we have 2 migrations in this country. And the biggest issue that you always face when you're doing the December migration is connectivity. I think and to those who live on the border areas, you don't know whether you're there, and connecting the Vijijis has been quite great and quite helpful, so that there's just that seamless continuity. And I think also one of the challenges the counties can benefit as they allow the ISPs to market, they also allow the ISPs to have capacity building for and when you have this internet, what do you do with it? What do you use it for? Not just having it plugged in into your home. If you could have especially the Google ladies speaking we face the challenge of, yes, you have connectivity, but how do you use the connectivity there? So at this juncture, I'd want about the great partnership you've done with Makueni County. And we know Safaricom, since for the last 27 years, has been very innovative. M-Shwari, M-Kopa, M-Pesa, in Makueni County. And also by a large extent, just tell us how the other 46 counties, what's the plan? Is there good news?
Okay, thank you. For Safaricom, leaning towards or sitting within the enterprise business. So when you see me, and I really would want to identify with Safaricom. So we are the people who are on the ground. We are the people who are running around with Fred here, trying to get business from the counties, from the government, from peace. Yeah, and for sure we have done quite a lot in Makueni. I happen to be a child of Makueni, so I'm so proud to be seated in this. Yes, and Bwana Benjamin had mentioned a lot about the way we went into Makueni, and our flagship project was the My County app within the mobile app. So when we went in there, for us, we were looking at it as front-facing, you know, an app sitting within our app, our super app M-Pesa. You're going to the county, kuna wenyewe. And I'm not talking about Makueni, I'm also talking about other counties that we face similar challenges, yeah? And I know this is how it is a bit challenging to work within the government space, because there is what is written. For this matter, we have the CIDPs, very well laid down plans that the SME is facing is the same one that I face even when I'm in Safaricom. We all have to wait until the budget has been released and the money has been released for us to get paid. So those are some of the challenges that we face within the county space. I also like the fact that Benjamin did mention that every time they don't trust the old arrangements that you had. In fact, sometimes I keep on thinking if your contract is ending on the, say on the 6th year, like they're just waiting, get out. And we have to really rally and, you know, work behind what the president is letting the government know, is that some contracts are good, but because of change of regime, some contracts need to be shelved so that other people can come in. We have faced that even as Safaricom, where we have been told to step aside, somebody else. The other challenge that we have, and again, I'm saying that this is not what we are having at Makueni. Makueni is a good county. In fact, we use it a lot as our model county to the Thank you. Yes, and Google one day will be in Kikamba. I wonder how it is going to be sounding. Google, somewhere, something like that, yeah? So somebody has been given a docket to handle, but what they understand as connectivity is bundles. Okay, and fiber to the home. How many know about the Safaricom and lobbying? Then we come back again to discuss on something that hurts us very much, which is what we call the pricing. So every time Safaricom has come, money has come, freebies have come, discounts have come. In fact, sometimes I tend to think CSR aspect of Safaricom is what is well in there. We just have to keep on rubbing and saying, guys, we are in business. We have shareholders that have to get their dividends and all that. So yes, the price wars have, in fact, it's easier for the SME to get in and sell to the county and than a Safaricom or, you know, a Safaricom enterprise cannot be able to match with what the SME is providing. Lastly, sometimes we have a lot of what we call ambitious plans. It's true, even at the county level, they have a lot of ambitious plans, yeah? And sometimes from where we sit, We are planning, or we are working towards becoming a fully technology company by 2025. That's like 2 or 3 years from now, actually 2 years from now. So one of the concerns that we have is like some of those plans are very, very ambitious. We really would want to, in my language, we say we would really want to sell or to bring to you a Ferrari. But at the moment of doing things, that sometimes becomes or proves a challenge, but we have to work with them systematically. My county app, again, funny enough, not all 47 counties are on board. We are still lobbying, and we keep on using Makueni. Look, Makueni, the governor, is able to talk to their citizens, the revenue collection system. But yet some people keep thinking like, what, are you trying to hide something? Are you trying to pick information from us? And again, county readiness is always a challenge for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. That was quite insightful. I think what I get is, one, I don't know what the QI is, but this 5-year, they need to have smart plans. Measurable, realistic, and time-bound plans. They're not to be ambitious. And most important, the skill set and the county on it, so that they don't feel like you're after information when you're trying to give them innovative ways of how to come up as a county and to be ready. So just to wrap up, take home about how crucial ICT is in the county level. Remember, east or west, home is best. So our counties have to be as good as Nairobi, or if not, way better. Friends, when they're home and they're telling you things and you can't understand, and you just wish you'd video call them so that you hear what they're saying, yet the infrastructure is not there. So just to summarize.
Thank you. Before I forget, I wanted just to make, I think, a comment, or just to demystify the charges that largely the licenses are paid for compliance purposes, and licenses normally largely you'll find the national government in charge of compliance. For permits, yes, we charge permits, and these are for the reason of running a business within the county. And so for some, because you're selling liquor, and then there has to be some compliances for you to be able to sell liquor. So for them, they get a liquor license, but then because they also run the business permit for that store. When it comes to waiving, especially for persons who are abled differently, you'll find they will get a waiver on the business requirements, especially aligned to some of the laws. And so that's why you'll find in some cases, some charges, we have licenses, and in other cases, I forgot to mention that Makueni County is also host to KOTDA, Konza Techno Policy Development Authority, and there are a lot of opportunities for those, especially the fact that KOTDA is also a government agency. I think an opportunity to explore, especially if service providers are also to host just within Konza. I think it's even easier for you to get business from government, important in counties. I think I'll just give an example of an intervention that we've done. We've not yet, we're actually in the process of implementing an integrated health management information system, like I've mentioned. But health services is actually the highest revenue stream, the highest earner for most counties, apart from counties that have other streams. For automation in that sector would be a focus on the patient's care, a focus on the health commodities, and a focus also on the revenue management bit. If you are able, the people themselves, the residents of these counties, will have a lot of trust with the counties, because then you are able to track commodities from the time they leave KEMSA, commodity has moved from the store to the pharmacy, to the dispense unit, to the ward, or even to a patient who is an inpatient or an outpatient. And so recently I think we saw the government doing a farmer profiling exercise, and it was mentioned today that data is the new gold. Without automation interventions, I think we may be very far from this. I think lastly, just to say something. So if you bring revenue only, how many people will be accessing My County app just to pay revenues? It will be a while when you have a need to pay, like how you access the Kenya Power application. I think it's only when you're paying for your tokens. And most of the county revenues, some of them are structured, that is up, and even do other things like report emergencies, things to do, like in Makueni we also have a tourism circuit where you can just look. Most importantly, a direct communication with the governor. Most people have been wanting, have been booking appointments with governors, and that has been impossible. People want to report on a contractor who's doing what is happening in real time. You can even upload a video link and choose either to be anonymous or even to display your identity, and then that will be it. So I think.
So for me, I think I would want to urge both the national governments and the county governments to work making or providing a better ecosystem for private sector to operate in for the purpose of digital inclusivity, because at the end of the day, once all the citizens of the counties and the national to access digital services and get connected. So a more friendly ecosystem for operation for improving connectivity within Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I won't repeat what my panelists have also mentioned. I think for me, we'll just add that sharing with like-minded individuals to be able to help digitize the counties. Yeah, because we cannot do this on our own. But we can work together and leverage on each other's strengths. So I think for us, it's just a clarion call to call out to partners out there or technology companies, just to call out to them, come, let's partner together and let's make this county digitization work. Thank you. Thank you so much, panelists, for coming here, but for insightful knowledge we've gotten. I think I'll hand over back the session to the MC. And
even as they exit the stage, you'll get your token of appreciation as well. Thank you so much. And of course, thank you for those insights, even as we get into this particular conversation. For those of you who haven't visited the beautiful county space, and to lead that particular conversation, we have Fiona Songa with us, who will be the moderator for that particular session. Fiona, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm actually debating on whether I should be up or I should walk down here so that we have a more engaged conversation. But before we get there, let me just invite my panel on what they have to take down to the counties. And this is because, but we also need to help the counties understand and appreciate that connectivity being delivered to them has certain benefits that they can agree to collaborate. So I'd like to invite Lucas Omolo from Konza Technopolis, if he's here. Lucas? Okay, he's not. Karibu sana. So as Roslyn is making her way, There's a lot that we're doing about creating opportunities, and we keep on we tell the counties, when you connect your communities, because when they see the connectivity delivered, the scenario that Rebecca talked about in the last panel, they see bundles, then you're telling them they want to break it down. How can these bundles translate into job creation? But beyond the bundles, how does the connectivity to the homes, what opportunities lie for the counties? Thank you. And just if we can be brief, like not more than 10 minutes, so that we can catch up on time.
Thank you. So, good evening. I know we have seated here for so long, so I request for your quick attention so that you can also hear from us. Director, Mr. Ken Mwenda. So before I dwell into the ICT opportunities, allow me to just give a brief overview of what Immobilis does. This is a technology training institute. We are located in Westlands, Nairobi, and we provide training in software and also other technologicals, and focus on one of the big programs that we run with the government, that is through the Ministry of Information, Communication and the Digital Economy. Great. I'm happy today because I have more than 80% of the participants knowing about Ajira program. And for the Ajira program, we depend mostly on digital infrastructure for us to be able to achieve the objective of that program. And the ministry mapped out what you call the digital innovation hubs to the youth, because the program focuses on the young people. Because one of the problems that is facing the young people in this country is unemployment. Therefore, we are able now to impart skills to the young people to be able to utilize it and access online work. And I'm here to, in the year 2022, that is a year ago, TIFA survey indicated that in Kenya alone, we have more than 1.9 million. It's relatively low because the opportunities that are in the online workspace, especially if every constituency or if job opportunities in every ward. Therefore, internet connectivity, and I am happy because CS Owalo was going of creating 1,450 digital hubs across the country. And as Immobilis, we shall take that advantage to be able to innovation hubs that we have currently. I must say that there was some interference, and I'm happy challenges that is affecting the connectivity across the country. And some few months ago, we as Immobilis through the Ajira program, we were a bit interfered by some disconnect. If an internet is disconnected in a digital innovation hub, it translates to denying a job opportunity to a young person who depend on that hub, not only in Kenya, but globally. Therefore, this discussion today, and I must thank you, Ms. Fiona, for bringing this up, because this is a real conversation. Sector do so that we have this connectivity without interference, or if there is interference, there is minimal interference across the country, so that the young people, through training, mentorship, and job linkages. And before I hand over the mic, because this is very brief, allow me to mention clients. And I must say that next time, invite them.
We are part of KEPSA.
Ah, very good. Why? Because in the Ajira program, we as Immobilis are the supply-enable jobs for these young people to be able to do, to be able to be contracted by those service providers. KEPSA, on the other hand, works closely in creating the Upwork. For those who are in the IT sector, knows very well that Upwork is a global online work platform where if you have technology work remotely without looking for a job physically in any company. So allow me to stop there because of time, and I give my colleague.
I hope I don't have to explain what BPO is. BPO is business process outsourcing. Outsourcing is a function of businesses where they take their non-core functions to third-party suppliers. So we are, in essence, Kenya has been a potential business process giant in Africa for a very long time. And the concept of building a large BPO industry in Kenya, it didn't take off. As private sector, we worked for a long time, and then we realized if we don't come to the table, the government will not sort our issues. So we formed an association. Mission as an association is really to create an enabling space for BPO to thrive in Kenya. Why do we say BPO? When we look at the potential of the business in this country, we're talking about 1 million jobs in the next 1 year. These jobs are built on IT. Building a BPO business if you don't have a stable IT backbone. So when you look at Kenya, and we compare ourselves with other African countries, you will know that we are ahead. Now, what is happening? We have a beautiful story in Nyeri. We have 2 large global BPO. Have no challenges with workforce. Actually, they are super pleased with the quality of workers they're getting from Dedan Kimathi University. So they'll network fiber to their operations. They have had tearful days. And even now, they are expansion plans. These are BPOs that in the next 2 years will employ 3,000 young Kenyans in a sustainable job. So the people from the county of Nyeri, if you're here,
pass that message.
Nyeri County, you're sleeping. There is huge potential to employ a lot of youth that can be gainfully engaged in BPO in Nyeri. GG-enabled centers. We are operating BPOs out of Machakos. As long as you're on Mombasa, business that is geographically constrained. True. Because remember, we are doing global business, so our clients are most likely in North America or in Europe. So IT infrastructure without proper building your infrastructure, you are actually giving the youth an opportunity. Nobody, okay, I won't say nobody, but everybody wants to set up a business. That's the bottom line for our business. So the sooner your county gets connected, the sooner you can attract investors, the sooner you can get your youth gainfully engaged. Thank you.
Roslyn, you seem to have just something for the county representatives. As you interfere with the deployment of ICT infrastructure, I hope you're seeing how many an opportunity to make revenue, and that revenue will be spent in your county, which means you still make revenue on top of the revenue that be trained by Ajira, I get the skills. Then Roslyn and Co come in and they set up BPO centers in my county, means county, and serve the global community. Now that is what we call think global, act local. I don't know how else to put it, but I would like to to make sure and to help the counties understand and appreciate why it's so important for them to have strategies that facilitate ICT deployment so that their communities...
Ms. Fiona, as they think on their response, I just want to bring into attention that there is a World Bank report which was released recently. 7% of online work opportunities are actually performed or closed by people in the smaller cities. What does this mean? It means that we have a lot of people seeking for online work opportunities in the rural areas. And these are the county level, because that is where a lot of people are seeking for these opportunities across the country.
Comments to make a difference on the engagement and the e-learning opportunities for the county schools. We have ICT can be used as a tool to help counties be more efficient. My county app, as an example. Question is, are counties with us? Are they ready? How do you think you're going to do it? If you're denying them these opportunities, you know, it's like the icing on the cake. Huh? At the end of the day, we've talked about the challenges we've got counties if you can't get the infrastructure. How can we find a way of collaborating? I'm seeing a hand up.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm not a county. Just going back to the first question, I was saying it's an open floor to hear thoughts from and I'm liking the discussion over there, because at the end of the day, the real question of infrastructure is for what? So exactly speaks to that kind of perspective. But at the end of the day, as we talk about rural connectivity, it's about how many people are depending on the internet in their rural. Forget schools, forget just people who are trying to do work online, probably plugging into what you just said. So I think it's prudent that within the county setup, we get to have this kind of data exchange, just knowing how many people. I know friends of mine who used to live in Nairobi and have left. They live in Nyeri, they live in Kisumu, and it's in Nairobi. But they're okay there because it's too much moving around Nairobi. It's just easier to have a business or provide that kind of service from that point of view. So what I think would be collaborative, intentionally driving where many people actually depending online, not through Ajira, but just doing a lot of work that depends on the IT infrastructure. And I think that's a very great thing. Another thing that I think maybe we don't have to set up anything. We hear Industry 4.0 needs to be somewhere in Upper Hill or somewhere next to the Microsoft Center in Westlands. Those crossing from Strathmore to go to Microsoft, it's a lot of work. So if we were to really be intentional about this from a county perspective, is we push setup of some of this, digital in the location in this kind of rural counties such as Nyeri. I'm saying that because I once went to Nyeri and I tried to do something it was very crazy with my friends. So we were setting up a Raspberry around, also feeling like, okay, these kind of things I just talked to Nairobi, they're never here. But while setting up, connectivity was a big issue, because you imagine you want to have guys learn using Raspberry Pis and playing with them. But they won't be useful anyway. But you have guys who wanted to learn about IoT and build a lot of these services. So sitting on where I sit, I think from the county perspective, I think counties need to be intentional about setting some of the digital hubs in some of those rural healthcare facilities. There are entrepreneurs working online and probably live in Lamu. So those are the things we need to address from that perspective. Thanks for the
Thank you so much for that intervention. I think we shall take note and follow up with the county representatives to see how we can collaborate with you and KEPSA. We can actually figure out how to collect the statistics and get data on private sector businesses, so that then we are also putting pressure on the county from a more informed position with actual statistics. Case in point, like Ajira, you're training people. And I'm sure there's some counties who've not even tried, because if even when you tried to find how to connect some of those locations, it was like a very uphill task, you know. So now the data doesn't exist. The activities maybe are ongoing, and maybe we receive reports from time to time, but we don't have that we can look at and bounce our arguments on. Any other comments from the floor? How many county representatives came in? I can see Makueni. Only Makueni? Wow. So all the others are following. You know that those that are following online, Mombasa County, and the text said they are actually unable. Let's see if we can have this conversation going on within those spaces, so that then we are able to have a longer discussion level, because until the day counties can appreciate the opportunities at that level, it becomes very difficult for them to appreciate why ICT communities, homes, schools, centers, and hubs as possible. I'll ask my panelists that if they can to give one of the shortest panels, but it had the most. It has the most what do I call it, potent content in terms of things we must work on. If we don't, say, then they can't do what they need to do. Then the communities cannot benefit from what they have to offer. And that for me is just mind-blowing. But give us
Fiona. Yes, as BPO, there are two sides to the conversation. There's the supply side and there's the demand side. The demand, the county that will have internet that is stable and available will get its youth gainfully employed. So central government to attract investors to your county. If you are ready in your own right, because the people graduating in Makueni are just as capable as the people graduating in Nyeri or in Nairobi. We have to grab those opportunities for our youth. So we cannot put the information out and bring in investors who can actually employ our youth. So it's every county to really go out there and say, we are ready. Let us get out of our own way side and let us solve our problems. We need to shift the way we think. At a county say, if we give, what does that mean for our youth? Remember when we talk about BPO, we're talking about money coming from outside the country into your economic in money. So get out of your way as a county and say, lay the fiber, and then see how stuck at the wrong places. Please. Then you come and tell us, let us talk to investors and tell them we are fiber ready as a country. If the people in leadership actually do the job. Thank you.
Great. So my closing remarks will be simple. Government is last week we started a conversation with the Council of Governors, because we want to strengthen the partnership and ensure that we make it right and clear from the start that as we are going to engage the county government, there is a need to align the infrastructure. It's very huge. I can give an example. You can get an online worker getting a revenue on a monthly basis. And this online worker employs more than 5 people who subcontract this work to them. So if the county invests in this, not one, but a ripple effect to the others who are still learning on these skills that they provide online work platforms. And for a Jira program, 100 of them we are utilizing, across the country for those whom we are training. We train, we mentor practically at when the infrastructure is right for us. So that is it for me.
That is a very interesting session we've had that closes. Go for pedicures, feet massages, put on your nice shoes, let the feet be well and traverse the world and create relevance for ICT at the community level. And I think with that I will tell the panel, if the lion does not run, it will sleep hungry. If the gazelle does not run, it will be eaten. Who are we? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Before you take your seats, I think there will be a token of appreciation that will be given as well. We'll have that done. And as we bring this to a close, of course, at this point, lots has been said as to what in the morning who said, some of these conversations we've had here, he had it first 25 years ago, and we are still at it. So clearly, there are some things that have been said over and over and over about that. Taking action, seizing those opportunities, and making sure that regardless of where you are across the country, you're not losing out on that opportunity dividend that comes through this digital. The conversation doesn't stop here because I've just been informed that we'll be having cocktails right outside as we exit out there. They're preparing cocktails for us as well. So for some of those questions that you felt particular front, as you get those engagements taking place and you get ready for this next year. Isn't it, Fiona? Yes. Next year. It's a date. So same time, place will be confirmed, but definitely same conversations. You've been an amazing audience. You've clapped for everybody here, apart from yourselves. So can you clap for yourselves as well for taking it to the day as well? Fantastic stuff. Thank you so much. Have a great
environments. And as for our core sponsors, we're very proud to be associated with TESPOC. We're glad and happy for their involvement and the organization of the whole event. We look forward to next year's event.
I've spoken in front of the camera. You did. Yusuf, founder and CEO of Bulsha Fiberlink. We are very happy to be here today to be a sponsor of this summit. As a member of TESPOC, we are very increasing and improving the infrastructure and digital infrastructure.
Thank you. Very nice.
We are through with the
Then 15 minutes later.
No, but I was looking at you bringing the food.
I was waiting for you to be ready.
You were supposed to tell me that you are ready.
Like which one?
Ulinipatia nini? Ulinipatia inaitwa kaje? Ofa.